What's up and welcome back to another live stream unboxing with Gizmo Slip Tech. It's a glorious day. We have the HP Omen RTX 4090 in this box, and I did set it up, just did a quick basic driver install updates and installed a bunch of games. So the unit I have here is not quite the base model for 2749. The base model for 2749 comes with an i7 processor, i7-13700HX, and a full HD display. The one I have here today comes with the i7 processor and a QHD 165Hz, I believe. So this cost me a little bit more than the $2749 base price, but I did also get, I think, a 2TB SSD in this. So there's a lot of value in this laptop for sure. At least specs on paper is insane with this laptop. Like, it is definitely like the base model of this RTX 4090 is cheaper than almost like 2/3 of the 4080 laptops that are out there. So it is absolutely nuts. There is a link in the description if you want to check out where you can buy this. So I am yeah, if you do use that link, right, it does help support me as a content creator because it's an affiliate link. So thank you very much if you do use that. But there's no pressure to necessarily buy this laptop. There are lots of good options out there from Asus, especially some great ones from MSI. Some really great laptops this year for sure. And we're going to talk about, we're going to start off by talking about what are the best competitors to the Omen 17. And the most important thing you got to keep in mind with this laptop is that you are making a number of trade-offs when you choose the Omen 17. The biggest one, I think, is probably the fact that you're not getting a 16:10 ultra bright, ultra high color gamut display, right? Like, this display is good. It's plenty good, but it's really not it's not the next level display. Like, it's a really good display. Like, the top display is what we were seeing from basically a year and a half, 2 years ago is what we're seeing in this laptop. But that's partially why this laptop is so much more affordably priced, because you're not paying for that 500 nit display, you're paying for a 300 nit display. And we are going to be doing a display test to see exactly how bright this display actually is, right? Because we don't really know. I mean, they say 300 nits, but sometimes it's 350, sometimes it's 280. You know, it really does have a lot of variability there. I'm thinking that this thing is, my initial thoughts, right, is that the Omen 17 is perfect for someone who's not super picky about display quality, or maybe someone who's just planning out of the box to use this with an external display, like the giant display I have behind me. This laptop should be able to power a display like this. This is a QHD ultra wide, so this is like 5120 by 1440p 240 hertz. This laptop should be able to power that display really well and play really great games. So almost all the RTX 4090s this year should be able to use a display like that, as long as there's a DisplayPort 1.4 out from the laptop. Yeah, so let's talk about the best. Let's talk about the best competitors to the Omen 17. So this is basically right around or just under the $3,000 price point. So jumping over to our laptop list here. This is a laptop list I've spent like many hours putting together, and I've hired a team of people to help me manage this list. We update this top deals section every day, and right now the Omen 17 is on a $200 off sale. So that's awesome, I think. I actually need to call HP and be like, hey, can I get a $200 refund on my Omen? Because I mean, I paid full price for mine, and yeah, so without a sale, no sale, the full HD version of this should be $2749 with an i7 processor. So full HD display, i7, I believe it's currently sold out. So right now, the cheapest RTX 4090 version, I believe, is $2949 for the current, but that comes with an i9 processor and a QHD display instead of a full HD display and an i7. So overall, really tremendous potential bang for the buck. Now, the Aorus 17H is one of the top competitors for under $3,000, at least in terms of which ones are currently in stock and you could actually order. You know, the Aura 17H is one that I plan on reviewing sometime this year, probably the next month or two. But it's got a 4080. It's only 150 watt though, right? That's not amazing. It's got an i7 13700H, so again, not as amazing. And it's only a full HD display, but 360 hertz, so excellent for esports type of gaming. And this guy's also a bit chunkier than some of the competition out there, but it's very competitively priced at $22.99. Like, that's a very good deal. That's even cheaper than the Omen 17, which is the 4080 version right here. 175 watt, by the way, for the 4080 and 4090 in this laptop. And yeah, this at least has a QHD display. You can get this with a 240 hertz display, but the base is 165 hertz or a full HD, I believe 240 or 165 hertz, depending on what you get. And the key thing here, though, is that for $40 more, you can go to QHD 240 hertz. I believe it's the same quality of display, though. So if you do want to go to where you can buy this, then you can just click this link, USA #1, and this will take you over to HP's website where you can configure this. So there's a link in the description down below to both this configuration page as well as my gaming laptop list. So once you're here, you can hit customize and buy, and we can go ahead and go through what options you have. So by default, it comes with Windows 11 Home. You can pay for the 11 Pro if you need the upgrade. Right now, the base $23.99 price includes an i9 13900HX. This is a 24-core 32-thread part. That's not what I have in my Omen 17 in this box. I have an i7 13700HX. So that's the cheaper price config, but it's currently sold out. You can't get that right now, like I said, because it's currently sold out. So between these two processors, the i7 and the i9, the i7 should be just as good at gaming, maybe just a hair, tiny little bit slower for gaming, but basically the same performance for gaming. But for multi-core rendering and workloads, that's where the i9 processor should be noticeably better with its additional E-cores. Just total core count goes up, I believe, by 8 going to the i9 versus the i7. The 16 gigs of DDR5 5600 megahertz RAM was not available when I ordered mine. It was DDR5 4800 when I ordered mine. So that's another difference in specs and potentially in pricing. I imagine the 4800 is a little bit cheaper option here, but at least we're getting 5600 in the new units. That should be even faster than what I have in the unit I have with me today. So you can get a 17.3-inch QHD 2560 by 1440, so 16 by 9. Or you can get a 240 hertz version for $40 more. And if it was me, I would definitely spring for the $40 more 240 hertz option. But that said, 165 hertz QHD is still very good. Display this year, it's just not an ultra high-end premium 500 nits 100% DCI-P3 color gamut display, but it should still be very good. That's the thing. Like, this is the way you can save some money, basically by having a display downgrade, not a 16 by 10, but going 16 by 9. Overall, I think that this is still a very interesting upgrade. Now, I did get this 2 terabyte PCIe NVMe upgrade because I do need to install tons of games. So I went ahead and be like, I'm going to get the 2 terabytes so it's easier for me to install and manage all the games on here. But yeah, so the base price for the 4080 is $23.99 right now. And I believe today or tomorrow is the last day of this sale. So $200 off right now, and then the prices will go back up. So $29.49 right now for the 4090 version of this, but it has the upgraded i9 processor and upgraded RAM speed compared to what I'll be testing today. All right. So overall, let's go over a couple more competitors to this Omen 17. So the best way you can use this laptop spreadsheet is by simply going in here and filtering by price. So let's say that you want to go between, let's do 3,000 at the highest end, and we're gonna do 25, let's do 2490. So that way we get all of the $2,500 laptops. All right, so we're gonna sort by price. And I'm sorry, guys, I know that I'm doing this on the draft, which I'm not supposed to be doing. Okay, so these are the competitors in the $3,000 price point. Volume is low. Sound is good, but volume is low. Gotcha. I can try upping it just a little bit more. All right, talking, talking, talking. I should be loud enough now. I just don't want to be peaking onto my audio. So, okay. All right. So, looking at our values here, the Blade 16 has a 4070 at the same price. You're paying more for a 4070 than with a 4090 with the Omen, right? That's pretty insane. The Scar 16, much better display, but you're only getting DDR5 4800 and a RTX 4080 instead of a 4090 for the same price. Which may be worth it for the upgraded display, though, and additional portability that the Scar 16 has. Depends. I would say the Omen 17 also has a lot better ports than the Scar 16. Alienware M18, you can get a 4080 175 watts. Let me zoom in a little bit. And let me try changing the view. Okay, so here's another way to look at this, right? So the Omen 17 right here for $29.49. This is the guy we're looking at. Basically, very similar build to what I've got or what you could currently buy. The Blade 16 is definitely way less value, but you get the metal aluminum chassis. The Scar 16, let's go all the way over. So the Scar 16, this has only a 4080 for just a little bit less, but 32 gigs of RAM. Definitely a good option potentially in this price category because of the display quality. The Alienware M18 i9-13900HX, again, only a 4080 instead of a 4090. So basically with the Omen 17, you're getting like an upgrade for the 4090 with a lower quality display. Those are the two biggest trade-offs that you're getting compared to these other laptops. That said, the Alienware M18 actually has the same display, but it is, for $50 more, you're getting a 4090 instead of a 4080. So really just way better bang for the buck in my view. The Blade 18 coming with an RTX 4060 for $28.99. I would not recommend that in terms of value or bang for the buck. The Scar 17 with a 4080 and the Ryzen 9 7945HX is $28.99. So again, I still think the value is so much better with the Omen 17, at least in theory. And the display is going to be about the same quality on the Scar 17 since it's only a 300 nits QHD display. And then we have the Blade 15, which is going to come with a 4070 for $27.99, not even close. The Mech 17 GP2, whoops, that's a little too far. Go back. Go back a little more. So Mech 17 with an i9 and 4070. So you can get a Mech 17 with a 4070 for $27.99. Again, so much better deal with the Omen 17. MSI Stealth 17 Studio, RTX 4080 105 watts, so very low wattage. Again, costing a little bit less, or about in the same ballpark though. The Zephyrus M16, I don't know if this is actually the correct pricing. This seems this seems like it's the 4080 variant instead of the 4090. I think this is probably an error. If Kaylin or Ellie are watching this, probably got to change this to a 4080, probably. The GE78 for $26.99 with a 4070. Again, so here's a good competitor right here. Aorus 17X, so a little more premium, all metal build, QHD 240 hertz, high color gamut display. This thing is going to be thinner. It's going to be lighter than what we got in the Omen 17, but it's only a 4080 175 watt here. So $26.99 here. So this is another, I think, potentially good option versus the Omen 17. So I think that covers pretty much all the competitors to the Omen 17, at least in this close ballpark. And basically nothing is coming with an RTX 4090 under $3,000 at all. Like, I think the Legion Pro 7i is the next least cheap RTX 4090, and I think it's like 3150 or 3200, something like that. But yeah, so, and that one also has some compromises I'm not sure about until I actually get it in person. So I'm going to check chat here. Checking chat. It says, please check the volume, low sound. Is it still low sound? The sound is still not high enough. Okay. I raised it up. Is this louder, guys? I mean, it should be loud enough now. Like, I just don't want it to be peaking, okay? Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing, testing. Yes, it's louder. Sounds good. Okay, that's good. All right. All right, so the sound was good before to me, LOL. Okay. Techmashan, how is the screen wobble? There's definitely some screen wobble with the Omen 17. I did notice some screen wobble already. Randy McNeely with the $5 super chat says, I sprained my finger clicking on this so fast. Sound is good. Okay, well, I'm glad the sound is better now. Let me know if it's too loud now, because I just don't want any peaking. Any plans checking out the Aorus 15? There's a nice mid-range version. I will eventually, probably in a month or two, check out the Aorus 15. Now, I want to answer a question that says, what do I do with the laptops I buy and review? Black Dust says, I'd really love to buy one from you or grab one from you. So, great question. I actually have a detailed answer for you, and I've got it ready to go here. So, let me pull this up. I'm launching a review unit resale program. I'm basically doing it at cost to everyone that wants to join. All right. But in order to be eligible, there's a few things you have to do, and I want to make sure everyone knows about it. Okay. So here we are. GizmoSlip Tech review unit program waiting list application. All right. So this, first of all, to be eligible to get on the waiting list to buy my review laptops, you need to become a channel member. All right, that's the first step. Once you become a channel member, you're going to be able to hop over to the community tab on my channel and click the link to go to this list, this application. This is the waiting list application form, and you need to fill this out. So you become a channel member, then you can get access to this list on the community tab. And then this is essentially the program. All right. So there's eight things you need to know about the review unit application program. First, I will ship international to buyers all over the world as long as you'll pay the international shipping fees. And you as the buyer are responsible for any customs fee. And I will be marking the full retail price of the laptop on the white sheet, the Google or the mailing customs form. It will be listed as the full price. So some countries that's very little customs fees, like 2 or 3%, and others are like 10 or 20%. So you just got to know that you got to factor that into the price of the laptop. I will be selling a bunch of different laptops. I actually, I've got I think 7 different laptops that are about ready to go up for sale on this review unit resale program. So the waiting list will become it'll basically be first come first serve. Right now there are 7 members, and the super members, which is the $25 a month membership, which thank you very much if you guys do become members. It does help support me as a content creator. But if you do become members, the super members get to jump halfway up the list each time they go down the list. So every time if they go to the top of the list and buy a laptop, you get stuck to the bottom of the list. But if you're a super member, you get to go back to halfway point. So that's just because they pay more per month to help support me as a content creator. We sell laptops. So basically, I'm going to be selling the laptop at whatever I paid for the laptop plus $50 plus whatever it costs to ship the laptop to you. So if I paid $2,000 for the laptop, then I paid $200 or say $180 in taxes. And then I paid $20 for shipping. The total price would be around $2,200 plus $50. And that's a management fee because I have to pay someone to manage this program for me. And I'm literally going to be losing money paying someone to manage this program for me. So I'm not going to be making any money on that $50 fee. Okay. Then it's whatever it costs to ship it to you. So we're gonna basically, if it costs $200 to ship it international, then it'll be added $200. If it costs $30 to ship it locally in the United States, it'll be $30. Whatever it costs to ship it to you, and you'll need to pay ahead of time. Now, I am willing to autograph or sign the bottom of the laptop or top of the laptop. I've got metallic Sharpies in... Yeah, so I've got these fancy metallic Sharpies that I'll be using to sign or autograph the bottom or the top of the laptop if you want. You don't have to do that. Then in this form, there's a thing you can say whether you want to autograph it or not. And I could do it or not. It doesn't matter to me, but I know some people might want that. So I'm offering that as a feature. The payment method will be quick pay with Zelle or the wise.com account. So this Omen 17, if I like this Omen 17, I'll be reselling this Omen 17 through this program with this pricing that I bought it at. And I believe I paid $33,099 with the upgraded RAM and QHD display on this unit with the i7-13700HX. Now, the laptops are sold, that I'm selling will be tested live on stream, and they'll be sold as is, right? All of the issues with the laptop will be known, in my opinion. So if there is any problems with it, you'll know about it ahead of time, and hopefully I'm not gonna be selling any unit that has a problem, right? They're all gonna be functioning properly when I ship them. And there'll be literally a live stream recording demonstrating that the laptop is in good working condition. So if the laptop shows up differently to you, that would be very weird to me. Because basically I have proof that it's in good working condition. Anyway, the laptop is sold as is though, okay? Now, some laptops are some manufacturers are gonna honor the warranty from selling it from one person to the other person. Some of them won't do that, but I'll be sending you the original proof of purchase. So that way you can send that in if you need to do any warranty service, and hopefully they will honor any warranty on that laptop. Now, if you are an international buyer, they may not want to honor the warranty if you're, from another country and it's a US based warranty. So you got to look at the terms of the warranty, whether it would be applicable or not. I'm just trying to be fully transparent about all of this. Now, if you reject an opportunity, if you get at the top of the list and we email you or call you and say, hey, there's a laptop available that matches what you're looking for, then if you reject that opportunity, then you'll be shuffled to the bottom of the list and you'll have to wait again. Now, obviously, you can just become a member and not have to worry at all about this program. But if you do want to become a member and you do want to get on the list, get on the waiting list, this is the form to get on the waiting list. All right. Now, the first 7 people that have already signed up, I've got their order already locked in, but they still need to fill out this application because we need your email address, we need your phone number, we need your shipping address if we're going to ship this thing to you. We want to know what laptop size you're interested in, and then we want to know what your laptop budget is. Okay, so if your budget is like only up to $2,000, then we won't try to sell you or try to offer you anything above the budget range that you're interested in. Okay, so put your budget in there. And then be sure to mark whether you want to autograph it or not, all right? So to get access to this form, once again, it's on the community tab of my YouTube page and it's only visible to people who have become members. You can't get access to this form without becoming a member first. Does that all make sense? Let me see if there's any questions in chat, all right? What's up, Freddy Paul? All right, yeah, and the whole point of the review unit resale program is just so I can buy laptops and review them. And I don't want to have to constantly be returning the laptops, basically. I'd rather be able to resell them, otherwise I'll end up getting banned from these stores. Like they don't want you to buying and reselling and all that stuff. So anyway, sweet. Oh, I'm already failing here with the unboxing. I want to show you guys the box first, and then we'll get to unboxing it and taking this Omen 17 apart. So if you guys do want to become members, the membership, the join button is there on the live stream. It's just a click away and you'll be on the wait, and then you can go ahead and apply on that waiting list form and get into the queue to be offered the laptops. Now, a very important thing I didn't go over yet. Let me go over it. Which laptops? What is the laptops that are currently going to be for sale, and what are their pricings? Let's do that because that's also very important for this. 1 second, pulling it up. All right, and we're gonna pull this over into this right there. All right, so this is the list of laptops that are gonna be for sale. this is the price of the laptop plus whatever it costs to ship it to the buyer. All right. So I'm going to be selling my Scar 15 and my Legion 7i, which are two laptops I've personally used and have enjoyed using them. And these are the specs I believe they come with. I need to verify that for sure. But these are going to be the final pricings that I'll be selling these laptops at. So if you're interested in buying any of these laptops, get on the waiting list and let us know the price range and size of laptop that you're looking for. Yeah, and then we'll be contacting you soon. Hopefully, I'm going to start selling these hopefully by the end of the week. That's kind of the goal. We'll start contacting people and getting the sales going because I need to order more laptops. I need to cycle these funds through the company or, through all the way in and out. So that way I can keep ordering and getting more laptops in for review. I hope that makes sense. Feel free to let me know in chat if you have any questions on the resale program. What's the price of the Omen laptop with the 4090? So the laptop that I'll be reselling, I haven't put it in here. Let me just, so Omen 70 has an i7 13700HX. I haven't listed in here, but it's going to be 4090, 175 watt. It's 16 gigs of DDR5 4800. It's got a 2 terabyte SSD and it's QHD 165 hertz. I believe I paid $30.99 and I'm not sure if I paid any shipping on it. So the final price on this laptop after taxes should be around $3,400 is what the resale program will basically be selling it for. But if you were to actually buy this laptop from Omen, HP, the way I've configured it is $30.99 with the specs I just drew up there. All right. Khalid asks, according to your experience, what is the best laptop with a 4K technology? It has several features such as speed, power, unobtrusive sound, and low heat. I mean, right now, the two best 4K laptops for gaming would probably be the Blade 16 and the GT77. So, but those are really expensive. So I don't know if that's what you're looking for or not. But anyway, so this is the box that the Omen came in. And this was the outer layer of the box, okay? I don't love that. I wish HP sent a extra outer layer because this is not very much protection for the laptop in my opinion. That's my first criticism of the HP unboxing so far. Let's go ahead and dive into this unboxing now. This is going to be awesome. I can't wait to test this thing and see how great of a laptop this is or if it's totally crap or not. I try to reserve my opinion until after I've had a lot of experience with it. Now, let's switch camera angles. I'm trying to figure out why this isn't active. There it is. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. So, should we do another reveal? I mean, I like the way it's packaged in the box itself, right? It's like, it's got this nice flap. It's got a carry handle. You lift it up. And there's your Omen power brick over here, and the laptop's right here. Let's pull this out. Like I said, I did install and update the drivers on this and installed a bunch of games so we could test games today in this live stream. Now we've got this nice holographic Omen logo right here. I think it does look really good. When it catches the right light, it looks really awesome, I think. All right. Now it is an entirely plastic chassis as far as I can tell, plastic all around. And I'm not necessarily against that as long as it's high quality plastic that's not going to come apart on you. Now, I go ahead and open this guy up. We do have a plastic or a microfiber keyboard cover. And let's slide this guy down. All right. And let's go ahead and just set this guy to the side for right now and take a look at the power brick. So here is the power brick. And the power brick is such an interesting and weird design to me. It's this square. It's like the square box. I don't love it. I don't love it. I mean, it feels kind of premium, but it's pretty large. We'll get all the other power bricks and have it next to it here. Let's go ahead and take the plastic off. Whoa. All right, and then so power brick cable length. This guy is about 3.5 feet. It's not very long. I wish this guy was a little longer. And then this cable is almost probably 5 feet. This cable's probably 5 feet. So the overall cable length is definitely shorter than I would like. I wish there was another 1.5 feet, 2 feet on this cable, if I'm being honest, right? What's my opinion on the 19:10 screen aspect ratio? I don't even know what you're talking about, man. I believe you mean 16:10. Josh says, "Oh wow, I'm surprised to see someone review this. Cheapest 4090 so far. Yeah, it's the cheapest one on the market, and it's the highest. You know, it's 175. So I love that. Now, let's go ahead and compare this power adapter versus the other laptops out there. All right, so first up, here is the Razer power adapter. Obviously, very small comparatively speaking. And so there's the Razer. And here is that's the Titan Alienware. So this is the Alienware M16, Alienware M18, and the GT77. All use this one. I'm trying to see if I can find my Strix G18 power adapter, but it's laying around here somewhere. Overall, I think this one still is better sized than the GT77, right? The GT77 is just like this huge brick. And the Alienware M16, like, it's thinner than this one. It's not quite as big, though. It's not quite as tall, either. So, I do like this one better than this one. But goodness, Razer has everybody this year in terms of power brick sizing. This is so much more portable. Yep. Gotta love the Razer power bricks. It's definitely one of the reasons that I ended up choosing the Razer Blade 18. All right, so that's the power brick. Are you sure that's not a DVD drive? I do prefer 16 by, so between 16 by 9 and 16 by 10, I actually don't have like a crazy strong preference between the two of them. The biggest thing for me is that the laptop is designed well and has minimal bezels on the top and bottom. Like if it's a 16 by 9, it has a big old chunky top and bottom bezels. I just wish it was 16 by 10. But if it was a 16 by 9 chassis and it's very minimal top and bottom bezels, then I don't mind it. Like to me, it's more about the bezel size than anything else. So first up, we have, take this bottom off. All right. So very nice air ventilation right here. This grating is going to let a lot of air into the bottom of the chassis. I like to see that. What is that brick? It looks like a Minis Forums PC. Yeah. All right. Yeah, regarding whether I like playing on 16 by 9 or 16 by 10, it really depends on the game. Like a game like Fortnite where you're building vertically, 16 by 10 I think is inherently a better aspect ratio to play that game at. But if you're playing a game, I don't know, more like Apex Legends, where you're mainly looking left and right, then I think 16:9 or a wide angle monitor like that one is actually a little more advantageous, because most of the dangerous opponents are going to be coming at you from the sides rather than from up above or down below. Aravind asks, I'm going to need a comparison between Alienware M18 and Omen 17. Yeah, I would love to do that. I've got an Alienware M18 coming here eventually. I've got it ordered. It's supposed to come sometime here in March. So hopefully we can do a comparison before the end of this month. In Apex Legends, you might have to deal with movement gods that wall hopped above you. Yeah, but just in general, Fortnite has a way more vertical... it's like inherently all the time vertical because of the building mechanics. But I do agree, sometimes even in Apex or in other games, you have, you know, people above or below you. So there is little covers here. I think there's screws here. Interesting. We have these little covers on 2 of the middle screws. I'm going to set these over here, try to replace those when we're done. Any development on the delivery of the Zephyrus Duo 16? I have the tracking number from Asus, and it's supposed to be delivered today. Which means we'll probably do a live stream with the Zephyrus Duo 16. Hopefully before the end of this week is my goal. Did I order the Legion Pro 7i? Yes, I did, and it got back ordered. And I have not gotten any new developments on when it's going to be shipped. So I guess that's B&H Photo for you. But yeah. So these these are not interested in coming up. I don't know what the key is going to be to actually getting this to pop up. Can you guys see this? So I've got 2 screws, one right here and one right here. I believe those are screws. Maybe they're not actually screws. Maybe I should just try taking it off as it is. But I've taken 4 screws out of the bottom. So 4 screws out of the front, 4 screws out of the back, and maybe I can just take it off now, but I think I got to take these out. Am I getting an electronics Mech 17? Adam, no, I'm not, but I've got an XMG Neo 17 coming, so it's basically the exact same laptop, right? Into the AM, they are an affiliate t-shirt vendor. I really like their t-shirts, but there's a link in the description for 10% off of whatever you order from Into the AM. And I really like their t-shirts. I've been wearing them for years. High quality t-shirts with great designs, and they have all kinds of designs there. They have athletic wear, sleepwear. I think they even have like boxers and other stuff too, but I've just been doing the t-shirts, and I've been enjoying them a lot. Okay. This is so seamless, it's hard to find a gap. This is why pop-up screws are so nice, if you can get a laptop with a pop-up screw. Yeah, plus I still feel like these need to come out. I don't want to use my metal screwdriver on them, but I might have to because this plastic prying tool is not coming up. Let's try getting it popped again. I just want to see if it's got resistance or not. Come on. Yeah, we're not even getting it to pop up, really. So I'm guessing those screws are... I'm guessing there are screws in here. What's the best laptop cooler to put under? I'm not sure. I haven't done detailed laptop cooler tests, but I would say anything that has a good amount of fans in it to move air. Yeah, I don't think those are screws. I think those are just covers. So that's pretty interesting. So let's try to get this reinserted here. There we go. And let's go ahead and try to continue going around. Beautiful. Yeah, definitely not screws there. So now that you know that you don't have to worry about unplugging those units to open it up, that makes opening this up way easier. There we go. Wow, this side over here by the SD card slot is a bit tricky to get to pop open. Wait. It does feel like we have something still attached though, so maybe those screws do exist. Eamon Smith for the $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Were you able to buy the Alienware M18 with the 4090 that launched yesterday morning to compare? I was able to get one. It appears to be sold out now. Yeah, I don't know, Eamon. I did not order a 4090. I ordered the 4080 version. And this bottom is not coming up. So maybe we do have to... No. Okay. I was just getting really confused there for a second. Because it was not coming up. But so these are not screw holes. These are just dummies, all right? You don't have to worry about opening those up if you get this laptop, all right? We're just gonna put the covers back in here and never worry about those again. Shabam, all right. So let's take a look at the bottom of this guy, all right? Shabam. All right. Interesting. All right. So starting at the front, we have two speakers flanking left and right sides. We've got an 83 watt hour battery right here. We've got our RAM, which is Samsung. Let me see if I can make it easy for you guys to read. So we've got Samsung One RX16 DDR5 4800. All right. So we have two sticks, easily accessible. I like to see that. We also have our SSDs, right? So I don't believe... I believe one of these is empty, but it's got a nice SSD heatsink on it, which will help reduce temperatures. Yeah, so this one is empty. This one is the 2 terabyte SSD. I like that it's shipped that way rather than being shipped with two 1 terabytes like on the Scar 18. At least from an upgradability perspective, I like that. All right. So, sorry. Yeah, so this was empty. There's no SSD here. This is a heatsink cover. This is where our SSD is located. Let's see what brand of SSD HP gave with this. If we can. It is a Pyrite Gen 4 X4, 2 terabyte. So Pyrite, I believe, is one of the cheaper brands of SSD. Kind of makes sense that that's what they would give with it. I like that they gave us Samsung RAM, though, at least. So, good and bad. There. Make sure this is... There we go. And now we'll put the SSD cover back on there. All right, so the SSD is back in there. All right, so let's do a look at the thermals here. Interesting design. I do think we have seen better thermal designs than this year, but this is partially what you're saving your money with, because the like the Scar 18, the GT77, those have much more complex and intricate thermal designs with. Like the GT77 has 4 fans. This has 2 fans. It's got way more heat pipes. I think it's like 8 heat pipes or something. This has 3. Though these 3 heat pipes are big fatty ones. They're not small. So there is that. That's the only thing that this thermal solution really has going for it right now. So we got a dedicated GPU heat pipe right here. And notice that this is a giant plate. Okay, so this plate is designed to absorb heat across the entire GPU, including the VRMs, and transmit it to the heat pipes here, all right? That's the goal. I much prefer to have a dedicated heat pipe go over the VRMs instead, because it does dissipate the heat a little bit better. That said, this, in theory, should work to keep temps below throttle. Thermal throttling, at least in air-conditioned environments. But if you're like in a non-air-conditioned environment, this is where this type of setup may struggle a little bit more, and it may require you to reduce your power limits to keep your temperatures in check. Now we have these 2 fat shared heat pipes between the GPU and the CPU. And again, we got a plate covering the VRMs instead of a dedicated VRM heat pipe, which I don't love. Now we have 3 fan exhausts, 1, 2, and 3. And overall, I think this is like a bare bones thermal solution. I don't anticipate we're going to be able to do the same ultra high levels of TDP that we're getting in like the Scar 18 or the GT77. The temperatures on this laptop I'm anticipating are going to be warmer. Especially in the heavy dual load games like Dead Space or Hogwarts. But that's kind of what you're getting with the budget pricing. I just wish, I don't know. Yeah, well, I don't want to judge it before we actually see the numbers, but that's what I'm anticipating, right? Do you prefer AMD or Intel for laptops? I prefer AMD because of the increased battery life. I need to do some testing. We'll be testing the Ryzen 9 7945HX. I think in terms of performance, AMD and Intel this year are going to be very competitive with each other. But in terms of pricing, they're also going to be very competitive with each other. AMD used to be the much cheaper option. Now they're not so much the cheaper option anymore, right? They're pricing everything very competitive. So for me, it all comes down to price to performance. But in general, I do like AMD's more efficient nanometer architecture as like a base idea, right? Like it's just usually better to have more efficient processors that don't generate as much heat to do the same amount of performance. In general, that's going to be a better laptop processor usually. Not all the time, but usually. So, yeah, I'm anticipating that AMD laptops should perform really well this year. I'm just curious about their pricing versus performance versus Intel, though. That's probably the biggest thing. And then I think the other big difference is battery life. I think you should be able to get like an hour, maybe 2 hours more with AMD. Well, it's going to depend on which processor from AMD and from Intel too. But the Asus sent over a battery estimation for the Zephyrus Duo 16, and it was basically the same as Intel, is what they were estimating for the battery life. So it didn't really impress me that much. Maybe it was about a half hour more, maybe an hour more, I guess. But it was basically like between 4 to 6 hours for the AMD Dragon Range CPUs. I'm guessing the Dragon Range CPUs, because they're 16 core, 32 threads, they're just not going to be very power efficient versus like the 8 core CPUs that you're going to see in like the mid range. But so I'm anticipating, plus the Dragon Range CPUs I believe are like on like a 5 nanometer architecture versus I think 4 nanometer architecture of the 8 core CPUs this year. So I'm anticipating that the battery life will be much better on the mid-range Ryzen laptops than the highest end. The highest end will probably be actually very similar battery life now to what Intel is going to be offering. We'll have to see though. Mitchell says, people are misinformed about Intel CPUs. They draw the same power in gaming and in low power tasks as AMD, yet have higher single core scores. It's only in synthetics that the 13th gen draws high power. Well, 13th gen draws really high power in gaming workloads too. Like we saw over 120 watts in Dead Space. So I don't think you can quite say that, but I do think that some people at least, are biased against Intel unfairly. But ultimately for me, it comes down to what does the product do for you and how much does the product cost? If it costs the right price, then hey, that's pretty good. All right, so let's do a flex test going around the chassis. Should be able to see everything. I really like the layout of this chassis. It's a very clean design with very good key spacing and key feel, because this is an optomechanical keyboard just like the Scar 15 and Scar 17 from 2 years ago. Can you hear it? It's got this nice clickety clack to it. I love it. The keyboard really took me by surprise because I was not anticipating that. Now when I bought this, I did buy the per key RGB upgrade. So this does have the per key RGB instead of just a zone backlight. And I believe that also gives it that optomechanical feel. So if you do buy this Omen 17, I would say it's worth getting that keyboard upgrade as well as the screen upgrade. All right. Now let's do the flex test. So going around from the right side, coming through, no flex, a little bit of flex, no flex, very little flex here, but not much at all. Very rigid, no flex, a little bit of flex over here by the display as expected, but not much. That's actually very little in general. Less than average, no flex in the top right, very little to no flex in the very right. Going through the middle here now, a little bit of flex. Again, a little bit less than I was expecting, actually. I was expecting more flex here. That's interesting. Going through the keyboard now, definitely got some moderate amounts of flex in the keyboard, but this is better than I was anticipating. I'm gonna be honest. When I was thinking we'd have more flex in this chassis than what we have. So that's good. And this touchpad layout is very good as well. Let me zoom in on that. This touchpad is a good size. It's got a nice click. It's got good feel. And it's a glass touchpad, so it feels really good in the hand. Yeah, I like this. I like this overall. Niku Creation says, should I buy an i7 12th gen 3060 140 watt or an i7 13th gen 4060 105 watt? I think it comes down to pricing, the 4060, if the 4060 and the 3060 are very close in price and everything, all the other features are the same, I would definitely buy the 4060 because it comes with frame gen and that's going to cause it to absolutely crush the 3060. Even if the 4060 was a little bit more than the 3060, I would still go for the 4060. So yeah, but it all comes down to other features too. Like what's the display like? What's the keyboard quality like? All of those things should be factored in there. So, but if they're the same price, definitely get the 4060. It's way more powerful. For at least for single player games, it should be a lot more powerful. All right, so here is the screen wobble. Let's do that. All right, so setting the screen. See that wobble? You definitely have some screen wobble. I'm kind of throwing it there, right? I'm making it as worst as possible, but I could also set it more gently. But the bigger question is the Omen hinges here going to do okay? And I think the hinges are a potential weak point, maybe. It's hard to say. I mean, they look like they're fine now, and they are pretty sturdy feeling. But I would always be curious to see, like 5 years from now, how many of these laptop hinges fail. I don't think a huge percentage of these laptop hinges will fail, but I bet you some will. Okay. All right. I think we're ready to turn this sucker on. Let's go ahead and hit the power on the button. What's with HP and screen wobble? I know, I really wish they didn't have as much screen wobble. That's one area of weakness, but that's part of what you're paying for, right? That's part of why you're paying less, really. Okay, looking at this display, we do have some bezel along the bottom, some additional, a little bit fatter bezel along the top, but overall, still a fairly compact design for a 17.3 inch. Let's go ahead and get logged in real quick. There is no Windows Hello on this laptop. Another aspect of saving money, because, you know, Windows Hello costs more money. And, you know, they're trying to save money on this laptop for sure. Yes. Water is delicious. So I went ahead and did... all the Windows updates. I've installed the new NVIDIA driver. Let's start by going over the HP Omen software. And let's do the display test, and then we'll get into benchmarking. We've got a ton of games we'll be testing today. We've got, I installed over 10 games. We'll see how many we get through today. My hope is to do all 10. I think I installed more than 10, but we'll see how long they take. I'm going to try to keep them to the faster paced games. So here's the Omen window. Let's do that. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and turn this thing off. Put those asleep. That way the screen here can look as good as possible. All right. And let me switch my mouse over to the Omen. I haven't talked about the ports. We can do the ports in a little bit here. Let's do the ports now. Why not? Let's do the ports now. Yeah, let's do the ports now. Okay, so on the right side, there we go. All right, so this is actually the left side. On the left side, we have our power adapter port, our network port, so a USB, I think it's a 3.2, but it doesn't look blue. We have a mini display port, which is awesome. Let me pull up the ports list so I can give you the exact specifications on these ports. I want to make sure that we're giving you the right numbers. And going here, going here, going here, going here. Specs. All right. Wow, they don't have the specs listed. Interesting. This says it's 6.1 pounds, but I don't think it's that lightweight. Okay, here's the specs. All right, so we have 3 USB A's that are 5 gigabit. They don't say what type, but I think that's 3.2. And then we have 1 Thunderbolt 4 and 1 mini display port, and then the HDMI is 2.1. All right, so this would be the power adapter. The Ethernet port is, they don't say what it is. It could be, it's probably gigabit then, but it could be, yeah, it is just gigabit, it looks like. And we do have Intel Wi-Fi 6E with Intel AX211 for our Wi-Fi card. This is going to be USB 3.2. This is a mini display port 1.4. I love that. That's going to be the port I would use when hooking up to my giant monitor over here. That or the Thunderbolt 4. So this is the HDMI 2.1. And here's our Thunderbolt 4. Now we have a headset port here and a full-size SD card reader as well. You gotta love that. That's a hefty amount of ports. Right here, this is as many ports as all on the SCAR 18. Like, that's a better port selection than the SCAR 18, I think, or pretty close to it, just on one side. Now, on this side, we have 2 more USB A's, all right? And then our exhaust. So I guess the SCAR 18 has an additional USB-C, but no mini display port. I don't know. I still like the ports better on this one than the SCAR series this year. So, okay. So that's the ports. Let's get into the software now. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, and let me make sure the camera's aligned all up. And we're in focus. Excellent. Checking chat. Is the Omen Command Center worse than Alienware? In my opinion, my use so far, the HP Omen software has updated flawlessly and done its functions flawlessly. So it's way better than the Alienware Command Center from that perspective. All right, so there's a lot of extra junk in here. That's the thing I don't like about the HP Omen Gaming Hub here. There's like ads in here basically for keyboards and headphones. I don't love that. If we go to my games, you can see the games that I got installed on here. If we go to gallery, there's some backgrounds you can get. There's also an optimizer tab for boosters. You can boost, this is a pop-up. It pops up when you play a game. I don't love that. You can turn this off if you want. But yeah. All right, so going to the Omen 17. This is the key area of the software. You go to your product here, and up here we have our system vitals. This gives you some basic stats on what's going on. If your network is being used by something, you can see what's using it. I actually like that. You can see your GPU temps. You can see your CPU temps. Right now we have excellent CPU and GPU temps for idle 35 or 36 and 42. Our RAM is utilized 47%. Going to undervolting, there are undervolting options in here. I don't know if we'll get to that today, but I love that they integrate at least some of the undervolting right here into the software. Big thumbs up from me, as long as it works. We have Network Booster. You can set this to prioritize maybe the game you're playing or a download you're trying to download. There is a lighting software included, And this lets you change your animation between these different options: color cycle, starlight, breathing, ghosting, ripple, wave, omen, X, raindrop, and audio pulse. You can also turn your lighting off if you want to go for a more businessy look, or you can just set it to white if you want to go for more businessy. Since I do have the per key RGB lighting, you can customize everything very precisely. So you can actually grab the exact keys that you want to change and customize them to whatever, and you can do different layers here. You can increase the speed, you can select the color. For all of these different options, it's very customizable. I really like this easy to use setup. So just within the default though, there's a good amount of options. You can increase the speed, change the color, change the effect. We'll go over some of those here in a moment, but performance control, we got eco, balanced, and performance. This does have advanced Optimus. How awesome is that, okay? So you do have advanced Optimus. You can switch between the GPU and the CPU, or sorry, the GPU, integrated GPU, and the dedicated GPU on the fly. Honestly, I was not expecting to have advanced Optimus at this price point. So A+, good job HP for including advanced Optimus at this price point. Now, eco mode, basically, I believe that switches us into integrated GPU, I think. Now, we still have dedicated GPU enabled. That changed our display refresh rate, though. It's only 60. I can tell it's only 60 now. If I go back to performance, now I'm at 165 hertz refresh rate. And so I would, if you're going to play games, you probably want to be in performance mode unless you want quieter fans. And then you want to do max fans if you're going to do benchmarking. We can see what those sound like right now. Well, I've got this other fan going. Let's see here. All right, you can hear them spinning up. Switching back to auto. And there's also a manual fan curve that you can set your fans to if you want to go to a low, high, or kind of, you can set the dynamic fan curve if you want. I love that. I like this software overall, and I think it's very effective, right? It gives the user great control. You've got undervolting built in. You've got your graphics switcher here. You can switch between the NVIDIA GPU only mode and switch to Optimus mode. We're going to go ahead and select NVIDIA GPU only mode, see if it works here. Done. It causes a bit of a stutter for a moment. Okay, so now we're in NVIDIA GPU only mode. Malevolent ran. This should be a 175 watt. All right. RTX 4090. And there are macros, and I want to point out right here, there's a row of programmable macro key buttons. So if you want to do like pause, play music, skip songs, change volume, whatever you want to do for these programmable buttons, you can do that. That's pretty sweet, I think. Not all laptops have that. I know Aorus used to do it, and not very many laptops have been doing it for a couple of years now. I don't know if everyone uses those, but sometimes they can be really handy. Another thing you can use them for is like key binds in games. You can like set them if you're like, oh, all my WASD keys are used up. You can use these programmable buttons for like abilities in video games as well, which I think is super useful depending on the game. Okay, so overall, I really like the software. It's above average. It's probably not quite as good as Armory Crate, but in some ways it's better than Armory Crate because you have the undervolting options here, okay? It's time to do our display test. Wahee! I need to plug this laptop in. All right. Helder Taurus says, hey, I know you tried the GE78. I just got mine in the mail. I noticed it undervolted it by -150. Do you recommend that or no? That just depends on how lucky you got with the silicon lottery, how far you can undervolt it. I think most laptops will probably be able to do minus 100. On the P cores, probably minus 50 to 175 on the ring, and then on the E cores, they can probably also do minus 100. But that laptop had a really phenomenal overall silicon lottery level. So like we were getting 3,400 basically, we were getting almost, I think we got 33,800 stock with no undervolts in Cinebench R23. So that was just an exceptionally good i9 processor. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just set performance mode. We're gonna be in maximum fan mode. That's fine. We're in dedicated GPU mode right now. What is the CPU model? In this laptop, we have the i7-13700HX. I can pull up the system properties so you guys can see a little more information. But we have the i7-13700HX right here. I can zoom in a little so you can see a little more detail. And then we've got 16 gigs of RAM. And we've got a 4090. For our display, we got an RTX 4090, 2560 by 1440, 165 hertz display. Voila. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and get Cinebench R23 opened. Doop. This is 2560 by 1440. All right. Okay. Okay, so what's the impression so far? John asks. Let me close this door. So my impressions so far are, it feels surprisingly premium. I mean, it's an expensive laptop, but they are shockingly undercutting the competition. The biggest compromise so far is the display specs and quality is not going to match the highest end, like Scar 18 displays or the Razer Blade displays. The build quality seems good. The ports are excellent overall. The keyboard is phenomenal. The trackpad is also very, very good. The keyboard has actually got an optomechanical feel to the keyboard, which is very rare, I think. Right, we were going to test the display first. Let's do that first. Before we get into the benchmarks, I just want to get all this done. And I'd like also to test the speakers as well. So I don't think I registered my Spyder. I'm gonna have to do that. And let's go ahead and launch. Black Dust says, so far I'm loving this PC, or by far I'm loving this PC. Yeah, this PC, it's left me very impressed overall. Especially for the price point, it's been very impressive for me. All right, so typing in. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I do like this. This display is like, it's not a wow display. It doesn't wow me, but this display is like, I would say it's like the entry level of premium. You know, like the Alienware M18, which is going to cost a lot more than this laptop, has the same display specs: 300 nits, QHD, 165 hertz. So though I think that one is a 16:10 aspect ratio. But the price on the Alienware M18 is like massively more, like I think $600 to $800 more for the same specs. So, yeah. The biggest gripe I have with this thing so far is I'm curious about the cooling potential of this laptop. I don't think it's going to be as good as what we've seen on some of the other laptops. Again, it's cheaper. Oh, I didn't check to make sure this thing's full brightness. Okay, we are at full brightness. So I'm very curious to see what the color gamut on this display is. If it's above 80% on the P3 and hits 100% sRGB, I'll be happy. Overall, I think I'll be very happy. I think it's going to be like around 90. I'll bet you it'll be like 92% sRGB with the Spyder 5, which is basically going to mean 100% sRGB. So we'll see. That's what my guess is based on what I've seen. All right, so we need to lower the brightness down to 0. I want more mini LED laptops. There could be more considering the prices of many of these laptops. Yeah. Big boy asks, will you be reviewing the Aorus 17H with the 4080? I really want to check it out. It's very price compelling. 2300 with a 13700H and 4080, but it has a 1080p display. Yeah, at least that 1080p display though is 360 nits, right? So not all 1080p displays have that. Tan May asks, how can they make this so cheap comparatively? So that's a great question. The reasons behind why this can be so cheap is because they are reusing the same Omen 17 design, updating the internals, so they don't have to re-engineer anything. You know, like the new Scar 18, the Blade 18, the Blade 16, all of those have new engineering. They had to completely revamp their systems. The Omen 17, all they had to do is swap out the internal components, all right? The other reason is because they are saving money on cost cutting on like the display quality and the fact that it's a 16:9 display instead of 16:10. So going to 16:9 is cheaper instead of 16:10, and then the display is also not a super high quality display. It's like a, I don't know, like a 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 on the display category size or quality level. And so those displays are just a lot cheaper than the ultra high-end displays. Now you can get this with a 240 hertz display, and that is going to be, you know, a nice bump up in refresh rate. So I think that should be good. All right. So keep in mind that my Spyder 5 Elite is underestimates by about 8, 9, 10% on the color gamuts. So we got 89% of the sRGB. Let me zoom in so you can see us a little better. 89% on the sRGB. So basically that's going to be around 97% sRGB. 70% of Adobe and 70% of the P3 color gamut. So that would be like around 78, 79, 80% on the P3 color gamut. That's very good, I think, in terms of total contrast. Brightness wise, 19 nits on the low end and 374 nits on the high end. HP is cutting themselves short. They're saying it's only a 300 nits display, but it's 74 nits brighter than what they're advertising. How awesome is that? Also, the contrast ratio is very good at 1040 to 1. So this is above what we're seeing on a lot of the other laptops. Even the brighter display laptops are not getting this high of contrast. They're getting more like 800 or 900. So I really like it. I think this is, for the money, the display is a good display for the money, which that's what I'm all about. Like if you want to get something that's a good value for the money. And that's what I'm trying to help people find. So I love seeing that this is a good value for the money. All right. Cool. I think we're ready to hop into our Cinebench run. Let's start our benchmarks, and we're going to hop into games after Cinebench. TVLF says, please play games on it. We will, man. Don't worry. We're going to play a bunch of games on it. But we're doing this. I'm trying to do this in the same order that I do all my videos, so that way people can kind of understand the flow of the videos. All right, so we're going to do a raw test first. Remember, this laptop has 8 P cores and 6 E cores. All right, so that's going to be 10 less E cores than the i9 processors. Okay, so total of 16 cores, 24 threads in this laptop. Right? Wait. No, yeah, it's here. Okay, let me calculate that. We have 16 total E cores, right? And so this is 8 less E cores. Wait. 24 core. Yeah. Yeah. So 16 cores. So this is 8 less E cores. Is that right? So E core 8. Oh, so we have 8 E cores. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 E cores. That's right. 8 E cores and 8 P cores in this one. So, so basically, if you were to get the i9 version, you're getting an extra 8 E cores, I believe. Right? So this is going to be very similar performance to the i9 12900HX from last gen, if I am remembering all of my core counts correctly. Right now we have 0 voltage offsets, so no undervolt at all. Let's go ahead and start. See what we get. JCC says, hi there, this is the first time catching you live. Welcome to the live stream, man. Does this display have G-Sync? Proto-Sound, we'll check the GeForce Control Center here in a moment and take a look if we see any G-Sync options in there. Would this display be a top-tier display in 2017? Yeah, this display would be like an epic display in 2017. There was very few QHD high refresh rate displays back then. So this would be like probably the best display you could buy in 2017. So we got 19,713 for our first run. Let's go ahead and see what does our power draw and temperatures and clock speeds look like. Our package power is right now doing 129, 125. Our core speeds are 3.7 gigahertz on the P cores, 2.99 gigahertz on the E cores. Those are interestingly lower clock speeds than what we saw on the i9 processors. But still, that's a good amount of juice. This is the same juice that we're putting through like the Blade 18 a little bit. I'm just curious if this is the sustained wattage or if this is going to be only temporary. We're going to find out. So 19,494 for our second run. Massa says, did I miss the discussion about the cooling system and temperatures, how it compares to the competitors? We went over the thermal system when we took the bottom of the chassis off, but we're basically getting into the CPU performance right now. And this is pretty good. So with an i9 processor, doing 133 watts going through it, I'm thinking we would, looks like we may have crashed. Looks like we crashed. So if it can sustain 133 watts, then that's going to be very competitive with something like the Blade 18. And then it's a little bit under what you're going to get with the Scar 18 and the also the something like the GT77, GE78. Those laptops will outperform this by just a little bit because those sustain at 135. Okay, so we're going to have to do a forced reset here. I'm going to hold the power button for 10 seconds. Crash is no good. Yeah, I know. Crash is no good. I agree. Restarting it up now. I feel like these benchmarks are going to be meh, even though the build quality seems nice. Well, we're going to see. I mean, I'm anticipating that we're going to get like at least close to the performance of like the Blade 18 is what I'm thinking. Like my Blade 18 4090, you know, that got a little over 21,000 in Timespy, and I'm thinking we're going to see like very similar numbers overall, but maybe not in terms of temperatures and stuff like that. I think we may end up getting a little bit worse on those fronts than what the Blade 18 does. But I think that the overall performance is at least going to be in that ballpark of what the Blade 18 is. We'll have to see. That's what I'm predicting. Like, I don't think we're going to match the Scar 18 or GT 77 performance. Definitely not. But I'm anticipating that we're going to match the Blade 18 numbers, or maybe it's a little behind them. Trying to get exited out of all these extra applications. Steam is blocking me. All right, so we're out of everything. Let's go to Steam too. I can hear we're still in high performance mode with max fans. Let's verify that though, because the system did crash. So performance control, we're gonna set to performance, max fans. All right, that's good. And I like that I could just, let me open up the Omen Gaming Hub again. I like that I can check my CPU utilization right here. Look at that. It's kind of nice. So we're getting, oh, that's GPU utilization. This is CPU. What's causing the GPU to spike? That's weird. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and start. And let's see what we get for our just raw score one more time. And because we just did a fresh restart, so why not? More likely to score a little bit higher right now. And I'd like to also try applying a slight undervolt as well. How is the screen? Does it do HDR, double vision? Is it bright enough? So William Bronze, it was 370, what was it? 374 nits, I think. It was 370 something nits brightness with 91% sRGB, or was it 89% sRGB, I think? You can go back in the live stream about 20 minutes and you'll find it. We did the test. So we got 19,262. Let's try undervolting it real quick. See if we can do a quick and dirty undervolt. Undervolting. Let's activate undervolt. And we're going to go, let's do a minus 100. Let's see if it works. Gazzetti DC says, will you be reviewing the Lenovo laptops with the RTX 4080 and 4090? Yes, I will be. I'm just... Crest of Honor says, you said about 97% sRGB and 374 nits of brightness. Yeah, once you factor in the fact that my Spyder 5 does not measure the full color gamut, it underestimates by about 8, 9, 10% on the sRGB color gamut. So when you factor everything together, it's basically around 97% sRGB and 374 nits of brightness. That's correct. Is the lid still spongy? Yes, this has a bit of a wobble to the hinge. We went over that in the build quality section. I think that's my biggest con so far, is the wobbly hinge. But we'll have to see as we keep going. I think a wobbly hinge is not a deal breaker for most people, but it's to me, the bigger concern is how durable is the hinge going to be over the long haul. And it's just really hard to predict that. So we're in performance mode. We've got a minus 100 millivolt core voltage offset. All right, and let's see if we open up HW info, if it shows us what our undervolt is. Boom, we got a -100 core voltage offset. Now this is not undervolting our ring. So this is not undervolting our ring or our efficiency cores. So if you were to do a better undervolt, you're going to want to also undervolt your ring and efficiency cores, okay? At least those two will really boost your score quite a bit, all right? So let's just hop into a 10-minute test and see what we get for our 10-minute test. Oh, hold on. We got to get HW info. Pull it up as well. There we go. All right. That's good. Okay, so let's see what we average for our core clocks, our temperatures, our everything now. Our CPU package power is doing 136 on average so far. Excellent start to the temps. Excellent start to this, and also look at our temperatures. Only 80 degrees on our CPU package, 83, and 75 on our core temps. Impressive. Those fatty heat pipes are doing their job. Even though there's only a few of them, they are still dissipating the heat rather nicely. I'm actually a little impressed, and I don't have the back raised up. Let me raise the back. I always raise the back on each of my tests with my SSD. So this should help reduce the temps just a little bit. So it looks like our maximum temp hit at 96. All right, and now we're throttling down to 70 watts of power, which is not ideal because now our temperatures are only 67 degrees and our performance is going to be reduced so much. We're only doing 2.89 gigahertz on the P cores, 2.3 gigahertz on the E cores now. I can pretty much guarantee you this score is going to be like meh. Like we're going to be dropping down to probably like 15K or something like that. Just because of this. Yeah. Interesting, huh? Overall, I mean, Crest of Honor says, geez, the CPU temps dropped by 10 degrees. That's right. When we added that undervolt, the temperatures went down quite a lot. Like before we were in like the low 90s for our temperatures pulling 130 watts. And after the undervolt, it went down to like mid 80s, low 80s. So our temperatures were much better after we undervolted. And that's only with one undervolt being applied of potentially like several different undervolts you can do. So if we go to, I'm just going to stop this for now. And I don't think I downloaded, I did download. Okay. We're going to install Intel XTU. And we're going to see if, I don't know if this is the right. Okay. I got to update my Intel XTU. I got to download a new one. So I'm going to show you how to do an Intel XTU undervolt and really boost the performance on this laptop, because the stock performance only going to 80 watts is not going to cut it. If I was using this laptop, I'd be like, screw that. I don't want 60-degree temperatures. I want to push my performance way higher. So I'm going to show you how to really boost performance on this HP Omen 17. And this should be applicable if you have the i9 version or the i7 version. You should be able to boost the performance noticeably. Does ThrottleStop work? It might. Hey man, I just got the Gigabyte G5 4060 i5 12500H today. You tested that a few days ago. I was wondering what kind of tips and tricks do you have to lower the temps? Should I undervolt? If you can undervolt, I think you should. But if you want to lower the temps, one thing you can definitely do. So we need to restart, but I'm going to disable core isolation here. I know we need to disable core isolation, and we also need to We're going to go to turn Windows features on and off, and we need to disable virtual machine platform. Okay. So now that we've got those changed and we got Intel XTU installed, we can go ahead and restart. So we're going to see, we're going to do some updates too. It looks like Windows installed something in the background. That may have affected our Cinebench R23 scores too. What about a review of the Acer Helios 18 Mini LED? I just haven't seen it for sale in the United States yet. I really want to get the Acer Predator Helios 18 in for review. It's one of my high priority laptops, but I don't have a contact at Acer. So Acer, like I just don't have anyone to send me one, and I can't buy one yet. But you can get one in the Europe and send me one, okay? It's launched in the European market, so buy one and send me one, okay? Any news on the Neo 17 review? They are sending me a Neo 17 soon, is my understanding. And then I'll be doing the live unboxing just like this, testing it out and everything. The Neo 17 I got in the mail, it basically was a defunct unit that I didn't want to test because it would put out false numbers. Basically, they ended up fixing some of the thermal solution, some of the heat pipe placement, I believe, or something along those lines, to have better contact. So that was the issue. They're getting it all fixed now. And I love that they are addressing quality control before shipping the product. So overall, I'm like, big thumbs up from me. Obviously I wish they had caught the issue before launching the product, but. All right, let's see if Intel XTU is unlocked. If it is, that's going to be fantastic. All right, so once you get into Intel XTU, you want to go to Advanced View, go to Advanced Tuning, and then I click I agree and don't show me again. Let's see if Intel XTU is unlocked. It's also okay, so Omen 17. We do have the undervolting applied here. Core voltage offset. It's not letting me apply a core voltage offset. I could increase it, but not decrease it. Our power boost window is set to 100 watts. And we can raise the power boost time window at least to 128. I'm going to try setting this to 130 and see if it takes. Oh, it just reset. It's not taking any changes, which means that things seem to be locked down. I wonder if the core or cache voltage offset is enabled. No, it's not. I wonder if there's any options in the BIOS to change that. Let's pop into the BIOS and see if there's anything. If not, we probably won't be able to undervolt this thing. Is that the sound of the laptop whoosh? Well, I've got a loud fan next to me blowing. That's the fan you can hear. But the fan that the other fan noise that you were hearing was the laptop, correct? All right, so I got to get into the BIOS. Probably have to press delete or F2, but I'm going to try to see if we can figure out which one we need to press. Okay, so it was not delete or F2. It might be like F8 or F12 or something. The difference between the mini LED on the Strix G16 mini LED versus Strix G18, is it big? I think it is a noticeable improvement. I'm not even sure what key I need to press to get into the BIOS. I'm not getting the BIOS to load right now. I've tried F2, delete. I have not tried F8. Let's try F8. Time to consult the manual, bro. Yeah, this would be a time to consult the manual. Usually it pops up with one of those keys though, so I figured it would be worth doing it that way. But let's check here, huh? All right, let's go HP Omen 17, how to get into BIOS. Let's go to Google because this is not finding what we need. It's not right now. It says F10. What? Okay, let's try F10, which is a really weird button. I've never had it be F10 before. Willem says F10. I was a little slow on the uptake. All right, we're tapping F10. Okay, F10 BIOS options. So we do have mouse control inside of here. The external mouse is not working. All right, so our main options here, we've got our product number, our specs that it comes with. We got security, we can add a password. We got configuration options here. Let's see what we got in here. So language, virtualization technology. We'll try turning that off. Graphics switch. So we could do Advanced Optimus or GPU only. It's too bad we don't have the option of enabling undervolting in here. That's too bad. And I wish there also was the option to do integrated graphics only. So for boot options, there's nothing. So as far as I can tell, there's no options in here. That is a horrible BIOS. I mean, it's a minimal BIOS. It's definitely a minimal BIOS. I like the overall way you interact with everything, though. Like, it's easy to interact and easy to use the mouse. We're going to apply changes and exit. Yeah, there's not that many options, though. Yeah, I wish there was more options. It's definitely a bare bones BIOS, but the actual, like, UI for it is, I think, better than a lot of others. Try ThrottleStop. Yeah, we might try ThrottleStop. ThrottleStop sometimes works when it doesn't work for others. But I mean, at least we've been able to do a basic undervolt, right? So I like that we've got at least basic undervolting going on at a minimum, right? They didn't completely prevent you from undervolting at all. Let me see if I don't think the Intel XT is going to work now, but I did turn off virtualization in the BIOS, so maybe, but I don't think it's going to work. Yeah, so interesting. Yeah, so it let me raise the power boost time window to 128 at least. But that's the only change as far as I know that it actually is going to let me make. All right, and then let's download ThrottleStop and check that out. Let's just extract all. Okay, so once again, everyone, undervolting can be dangerous. If you mess up your settings, you can really mess stuff up. So be careful, all right? There is maybe some options here to do some stuff. Let's see. So under Fiverr. Ooh. It looks like we might have some options here. So let's just try seeing if we can set the undervolt to be 110 and hit apply. And let's see if that took. So opening up HW info again. It looks like it did not take because it's at minus 100 still. But let's try a core voltage offset minus 50. We have to restart HW info for it to count it, or to have HW info show us the offsets. Yeah, it's not showing it up in HW info at least, but maybe the actual performance would be better, maybe. Probably not, but so where do I set my short and long power limits in this? It's been so long since I've used ThrottleStop. I don't think it's in here, is it? I gotta look up a little tutorial on ThrottleStop again. I used to use ThrottleStop as a default launch option on my Alienware Area 51M, but then I stopped using it. I've been just using Intel XQ the last few years. Try TPL. Okay, so here is our power limit. Here's our turbo time limit. So our long power limit says it's 100. Let's just try setting it to 130. Apply. All right, so we've applied the settings here in ThrottleStop. Let's see if they took. And when we actually run this, we'll see the power limits, and it'll be easy to tell if they're actually working or not. They may not work. Maybe the only way to undervolt it is through the official HP. But let's find out. So, resetting this, we're pulling 130 watts. Oh wow, our temperatures are in the 70s now. They're not. Let's see if it goes into like the high 80s or not. So far it's 81 on the CPU package power, 73 on the core, and we're doing 130. Okay, package is now it spiked at 88 for a moment, but it's averaging 82. Our core clocks are not that much higher at 3.7 and 2.99. Our temperatures are definitely better than they were at initial launch. The biggest question though is, did our long power limit increase or not? If it increased above 130, then I'm okay with that. Because that's the biggest issue that'll rob like 30-40% of our performance if we can't keep the power limit up Bro, save the voltages in the bottom right. You can increase the core clock from in ThrottleStop and Fiverr, go into ratio. Well, just because you can increase the core clock doesn't mean it'll actually be stable, and you might run into issues. So I don't want to mess with stuff, you know, that you shouldn't necessarily. Now we are doing 100 now. So it did not keep the 130 watts, but we're not doing 60 or 70 or whatever we were doing before. We were doing 60 something before in our CPU package power. And now at least we're doing nonstop 100, which that does make me feel a lot better as far as performance goes. You know, and our temperatures are also going to be like chilling, really good temps overall. Right now we're at 70 and 78. 70 for our core, 78, 80 now for our package, 79 for our package. So our temps are fantastic now. And it's basically going to be, looks like it's going to be chilling at 100 watts. So it doesn't look like ThrottleStop or Intel XTU allowed us to make any changes. That's a little bit disappointing, but at least you can at least undervolt your main cores. Not all laptops can even do that, right? So this is better than what you get, for example, on the Asus laptops. You can do a bigger undervolt on here. It's not limited to only 80 millivolts, but it's still not as good as what we're seeing on like the Razer laptops or MSI. Both of those have better undervolting potential. I believe Lenovo also allows more undervolting than this. Mastis says, my package is also very hot. Oh my God. You did not increase the ratio to max in ThrottleStop. Interesting. Dana B asks, stepped away for a minute. Is it thermal throttling before it hits the full 175 on the GPU? We have not done any GPU testing. We're going to go into some games here very soon. I'm going to try to get through this 10-minute test, and we're going to see our average temps and our average clock speeds. Right now, it basically looks like during the initial boost period, we're doing like 3.6, 3.7 gigahertz on the P cores, 2.9 on the E cores, and now we're doing 2.6 on the E cores and 3.3 to 3.4 gigahertz on the P cores with 100 watts. And that's with a minus 100 millivolt undervolt on the P cores only. If we could undervolt everything here, I would anticipate like another 5% performance bump probably. So unfortunately, we can't do that. Is there any point in undervolting AMD CPUs if possible? Well, it all depends on if AMD has like overcooked basically, or baked in too high of a voltage into the CPUs or not. And I'm not sure. I haven't done detailed AMD testing in a long time. The last time I did AMD undervolting, I think was, or tried to do AMD undervolting with the Zephyrus G14, and you couldn't do it. So I think that was with the Ryzen 7 5800HS. Black Dust asks, my question is, on other laptops, you didn't even have to undervolt, right? So doesn't that give HP Omen a lesser value when compared? Each time I do Cinebench R23, I try to do a 10-minute test with a basic undervolt. Not necessarily the maximum undervolt, but I try to do a basic undervolt if I can. And at least we have a basic undervolt here. It should help boost our performance at least a little bit. Will I be reviewing the Stealth 16? Probably not, Richard, but I'll probably try to review the Stealth 14, the MSI Stealth 14. That looks pretty good this year. The bigger Stealths I'm not as enthused about because I feel like they should be a higher wattage on the GPU at least to be competitive with what Asus has done. So for the most part, I'm just not recommending the Stealth 16 or 17s this year right now. Can't remember seeing if it had G-Sync or not. We have not checked that yet. I don't want to do anything else right now in the middle of Cinebench, so we got to wait till it's done at least to check it. Lenovo undervolting can be hit or miss. Yeah, but I've seen people using, I think, Intel XTU. I think. I'm not sure what they did actually to Undervolt. Could be ThrottleStop or a BIOS. Not sure how it is in this year's versions. Do I have any news on the G14's availability? I do not. Sorry, JCC. I imagine the new ones will probably be coming out within the next month, I would think. Six says you can increase the core clock from ThrottleStop in Fiverr Go in ratio. Interesting. Okay. You'd have to give me a little bit more specific instructions. I don't want to check the wrong thing. And I'm not as much of an expert in ThrottleStop as I am in Intel XTU. Because a lot of the things they say describe in ThrottleStop are described with different terminology in Intel XTU. And I have used ThrottleStop to do basic increasing of voltages and power limits, but I haven't used ThrottleStop to... Well, actually, I did use it to overclock the Alienware M16. But I'm just cautious about checking random boxes that I haven't pre-tested. So I want to do a little more testing in ThrottleStop before I play with other settings on a live stream. Adam Swanson asks, were you able to nab a 4090 yesterday? No, I didn't, but I'm guessing it was a bug. I'm guessing they didn't mean to list the 4090 yet on the Alienware M16 and M18. But yeah, and Adam, I don't think there's a huge difference between a 13900HX and a 13980HX. It's basically a higher bin processor with a baked-in slightly higher overclock, pretty much, but it's a very small difference in performance. And we've seen some really great performance numbers from the i9 13900HX. So if you get a good 13900HX with a good undervolt, with a high power limit and a good cooling system, you can easily outperform 13980HXs. In lower performance, like less tunable systems, stuff like that. Yeah, will you be reviewing the Lenovo Pro 7i Gen 8? Yes, I will, Pirush. I've got Piyush, I believe is how you say your name, sorry. Might just call you Sing. I've got one of those on order, but it's back ordered right now, and I'm not sure when it's going to come in. But I really do want to get a Lenovo Pro 7i Gen 8 in for review. So, reviewing our stats, let me zoom in a little bit more on this window here. We are averaging 3.3 to 3.4 on our P cores, 2.6 to 2.7 on our E cores. Our temperatures on average were 71 and 80. And our package power averaged 103 watts of power. That's a good amount of wattage for the number of cores we have in here, but I would say that that's an a too little amount of wattage for something like the i9 13900HX. So I hope the 13900HX has a slightly higher wattage here. What was the default score on the first run? The first run did about 19,400. So let's see what we get in our 10-minute test, though. I think a 10-minute test is a lot more reliable in terms of determining like raw rendering performance. I pronounced correctly? That's good. That makes me feel good. When Fiverr window open, pop up on the left. You find turbo power limits, put all 8 cores to 5.1. Interesting. I'm tempted to try it. 17,448 for our 10-minute score. All right? 10-minute score, 17,448. So for gaming performance, I'm anticipating this to be not that much slower than the i9, but for multi-core performance, this is a significant downstep from the i9 13900HX. I'm sure the i9 13900HX with this laptop if it's a 100 watt, is probably going to be more like 25K if you get the i9 instead, because it's got the additional E cores that really can help boost performance. All right, Sick. You're wanting to set all of these to 5.1? What? You just want me to set all the core ratios here to 5.1? You're crazy. I don't think it's going to even hold or even make a difference here, because none of these other settings are holding or making a difference. We'll try applying. Let's see the cores without any load. See, the cores without any load are doing 4.9. And I don't think it's gonna even make a difference here under load. Let's see. Yeah, 3.7 still. In Fiverr, I have to press save. I pressed apply. Do I need to press save over here on the left? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I did press save on the left now, and let's see if we have any changes here. I mean, doesn't it, when I click apply though, it should, I did apply though, and applying it usually is all that you need to do as far as I remember, but maybe I'm wrong. All right, let's try, let's reopen HW info and just see if our ring undervolt applied. I don't think it did, but yeah, still no ring undervolt. I don't think anything's applying from ThrottleStop. I think ThrottleStop's locked out by the BIOS here. So, okay. So, 17,448. It's obviously, it's going to be good enough to do video editing. It's going to handle general multi-core workloads just fine. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we need to do. We need to test our speakers, and then we're into our gaming benchmarks, I believe. So, it's time to find out what our speakers can do. And look at that gorgeous display on that colorful image. This display is very colorful. I do like it. From a just general perspective, it's not a terrible display. I'm not saying it's an amazing display either, but you know. All right, so let's get logged into the website. I love typing on this keyboard. The mechanical clickiness of it feels really good. Okay, so I'm very curious about these speakers. Let's reduce our fan noise down. And let me just close the door. And let's go to auto fans. That should kill our fan noise pretty quickly here. All right, so our first song for today is going to be Peter Spacey, Roar. Let's turn the speakers all the way up. I have no idea how good or bad these speakers are. Let's find out. So we're holding it about 10 inches in front of the chassis, kind of similar to where your head would be if you were using the laptop. Okay, let's move to Half-Life Faded Aeon. I'm going to restart it because I had the volume only at like 80% in the window here. So now that I've increased that, let me restart Roar again. Roar by Peter Spacey. Half-Life Faded Aeon. Okay, so there was definitely some audio breakups going on there with the piano music kind of breaking up in like the highs, I think. Let's go to La 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 Love You, Deuce by Deuce Williams. Okay, so overall, I'd say the speakers are very similar to like the Strix G18 in terms of like raw category of speaker, which means that it's about like an 8.0 or maybe a little higher, 8.1 or something in that ballpark. I think this has two, let me double check. For speakers, do they have the speakers here? Yeah, so the speakers are by Bang & Olufsen, and there's HP Audio Boost. They don't say how many there are, but we saw them downward firing. I don't see any place where they would be upward firing, so I think there's just two downward firing speakers on the left and right. And overall, yeah, I mean, the sound will fill a room, a small room, no problem, but I'm guessing you're going to want to turn the volume down in certain types of audio because you're going to end up with audio breaking apart in the mids and highs. And that's the biggest issue I found with Half-Life Faded Aeon. Let's see if we can optimize the sound just a little bit. What was the app they had? DTS? Do they have that here? Trying to see if there's any audio optimization, maybe in here. I don't see any audio. Is there an audio program down here? There's not. So I'm not sure if there's a way to make that better or not. Okay, so I've got my UHS-2 SD card slot here. We're going to pop that in, and we're going to see what our transfer speeds are like as well. Ooh, okay, I like that the SD card goes all the way in, and it's a click in, click out type of a card reader. Let's go and transfer a big video file here and see what our transfer speeds are. So it's doing 8990 megabytes a second. So that's not a super fast one. A super fast one would be more like 170 or 200 or something. I think the card itself is capable of doing, yeah, this is a 300 megabyte read and 250 write card. So it's not doing the full speed of the card. All right. But that's still interesting to know. I like testing that and knowing that for anyone that needs to do a lot of file transfers. Okay, so I think now we are ready to play some games. Let's play some games, all right? So we're gonna go back into our performance control. Oh wait, we're not ready to play some games. We still got to show you the lighting of the keyboard. So many things to show you guys. And let me turn these lights off and turn this light off. All right, so you can see the keyboard backlight is very good, and it covers the whole keyboard spectrum, like all of the keys and the secondary functions. They are all lit up and they look good. Like you can see the F1s, F2s, the secondary key functions for the keyboard brightness, including the secondary functions here. And the colors look very good as well across the whole system. So I'm going to go ahead and show you the different lighting modes. All right, so first is going to be color cycle. This is going to cycle between different color options that are single colors. You have Starlight. This is going to do individual keycaps with different colors. I don't really like that very much. Breathing, which is going to bring different colors in and out, and you can switch between different colors as it breathes. Ghosting. Ghosting. Yeah, I keep changing it back to something else, but basically this is whatever you touch gets lit up. Ripple. You can see what Ripple looks like. Ripple looks pretty sick, actually. You can change the colors that are reverberated out as well. So I keep changing them. I'm changing it to jungle. So now it's green and yellow. I like that. Ripple's pretty sweet, actually, I think. All right, so then you have wave, and you can do different wave patterns. You can do different patterns with the wave. And that is interestingly different. You can do them, you can do different pattern sets. You can do them going out together, coming in together. You can do it vertically. So this is the X for Omen X. It does like an X wherever you press. And then a raindrop, which is like falling rain. And you can do different colors. Audio pulse, this is going to be if you make sound, then the whole thing will light up, which looks pretty cool. I wish it was better animated, but yeah. How much does this RGB increase FPS? Oh, it's a huge difference. It's a huge difference. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is the wave, and you can change it. Interesting, when you change different colors, it goes into an individual mode. So that was when, so notice when I switched from Galaxy here, when I switch from Galaxy into Volcano, it switches it to be like a line moving. But if you're in Galaxy mode, it's like the whole thing. So that's the one I like the most. I love this on every laptop I use pretty much, so. All right. And yeah, I do. The more I use the touchpad, the more I like the touchpad. The touchpad's good. All right, so games now. Let's do it. Let's start off with... Let's do Cyberpunk. Let's get that out of the way. Cyberpunk should be a great game to show us our temperatures, show us our performance levels, and I've got all the benchmarks. I've got all the benchmarks from the SCAR 18 and GT 77, so we can compare the performance of this Omen 17 against those laptops, which arguably I think have better cooling systems, at least baked in. So now there's two windows that popped up. One from Windows here, but then this one, it says, you're missing out on enhanced performance in Cyberpunk 27. Do you want to turn on your gameplay by turning on Booster? If I clicked boost all games, should I click boost all games? I think I should click boost all games. But I don't want to deal with that in case it messes up stuff in the background without me realizing it. So, all right, we got to change our Riva tuner settings. Let's do 14. Okay, so let me make sure that we're all in focus and everything's looking good. I'm going to... Yeah. All right. Hopefully that looks good as far as color-wise on the display. So we're full screen, 2560 by 1440. We've got ray tracing on ultra, so we're on maximum settings. We're going to turn frame generation on. We're going to do quality. Everything's on max. Let's load in our benchmark and see what we get. Wait, I don't think we're on maximum fans anymore. Crap. Because I don't hear the fans, so that's not good. We want to make sure that we're in maximum fan mode. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to reset this test. Well, I guess I can't cancel the test, so we're gonna have to go and do it again. Well, this will be a little preview for us. All right. A little preview of the performance. I like our wattages right now. We're getting close to the 170. And high levels of CPU utilization. Our temps are pretty decent so far. They're not amazing, but they're below 90, which is good. It's what I like to see, at least. Our TDP is not huge on our CPU. Like the SCAR was doing like 120 watts through this area. I think I'm also on, not on quality for DLSS too. So I got to make sure that's set correctly. Okay, so DLSS was on auto, so those don't count. Yeah, I was gonna say this performance seems too high, and the performance was a little high, and that's because we had DLSS on auto. So that was a little preamp run, a little preview of the potential temperatures and performance, but that's not gonna be able to compare. All right, so we need to set DLSS to quality here. That's the key here. We gotta make sure that's set correctly. All right. And now that we're on maximum fans, we can also run this and get all our correct. Let me pull up our comparable benchmarks. So, Cyberpunk 2077. DLSS on quality, frame generation, everything on ultra. Did 112 on the GT77. I didn't reset it at the right time. And we did 116 on the SCAR 18 here. So, wow, we're hitting very close to competitive with the top end. 127 FPS. This, what? Is this gonna beat? This is gonna beat. Oh! Duh, we're not in QHD plus. We are in QHD. So this is not the same resolution as what we did the SCAR 18 and GT77 in. That's the problem here. We should expect more FPS for the same settings, right? So you got to keep that in mind. You know, it's about, I think it's about 8 or 9, 10% more pixels than what we've got in this. So 136 FPS. Wow. That's good. That's very good. And our temperatures were not awful, I don't think, during that run. I'm pretty impressed. It's a shame we can't force it into running at the right resolution because this is the native. The only way we can run at comparable resolutions for comparable benchmarks is going to be hooking it up to my projector, which we can do that. But I want to do all the standard benchmarks first. Well, maybe we should do our comparable benchmarks first. Let's do those first. Okay. So... let's do at least 3 comparison benchmarks with the SCAR 18 and GT 77. We got to do that so that we can see the performance numbers and see how it stacks up. Getting my projector turned on right now. We're gonna have to turn this camera around. You like that nose shot? Okay. This is really hard to frame up. Okay, so I believe that's the correct. I never figured out if this was, let me get out of the game. So I shouldn't have plugged in the external monitor when I was in the in Cyberpunk. I should have exited the game first. So I may have caused a crash. I'm restarting Omen right now. Divide by 1.11 to get the equivalent between QHD and QHD plus. Yeah, you could divide it, but it's not going to be quite as accurate as actually, you know, running that benchmark correctly, you know? So that's what I would like to do if I can. So there's the display. Yes. Okay, beautiful. Now I got to set this to 16 by 10. I got to run it only on this secondary display. All right, and I got to do... Looks like my projector's tilted a little bit right now. Okay, so now we're 16 by 10, 2560 by 1600. Oh, I was wondering what's going on. That's funny. My start bar is all funkified right now because I did a screenshot of this background to get it to show up. So I've got this is like this part of the screenshot. So don't pay attention to that. All right, Cyberpunk 2077. Make sure Afterburner's running. Yeah, and I don't want to just divide the 16 by 9 to QHD resolution. You can in theory, but it's just not going to be it's not going to be as accurate as actually testing the resolution correctly, right? So That's why I really want to make sure we're doing the tests correctly. Oh, can you guys hear the audio? The audio's coming from my Sonos now. And it is glorious. But I should really probably just mute the audio. Okay, we're gonna mute that because that is just gonna be way too loud if I don't mute it. Okay, so full screen, we need to make sure our resolutions are correct. 2560 by 1600. Frame gen on, DLSS on quality, everything looks good. Let's run the benchmark. Yee-hee. What's the max frame rate the projector can do? The projector at 1080p can do 240 hertz refresh rate. But in QHD, it's only 60. 4K and QHD, it's only 60 hertz. There is a link in the description down below if you want to check out this projector. I bought it from Best Buy. It's a $2,000 projector. So, not as high anymore. Notice our FPS is going to be below the Scar and the GT77, which is kind of what I was more expecting. But still, it's very close. Look at that, 109, 110. And I'll show you side by side what the performance was. Well, this actually might actually beat some of them. I don't know. It keeps going higher. And then that counter right there usually underestimates a little bit, I think. So I think we actually might have a new record for Cyberpunk. What? Our CPU temps are at 90. Our total TDP we're pushing through the system is like 240, so 70 plus 160. Yeah, it's like 230, 240, okay, so 2560 by 1600, DLSS enabled, quality, frame generation on, yes. 124 FPS? What? What? Okay, so this is the results I got from... This is the results from our GT77 and Scar 18. You can see in Cyberpunk with these settings on, we got 112, 116. So this Omen 17 just beat these. It could be driver upgrades. Maybe driver upgrades is what gave us the performance boost here, but dang, what? I am, what? 112, 116, and we got, going back to our laptop, we got 124.9. Huh? Save money, get more performance? This is surprising. Let's go ahead and move on to our next QHD Plus benchmark so we have more comparable numbers. Let's try Dead Space. Dead Space is an extremely demanding title on the CPU. So it's a really heavy dual load. So let's see what we get in that. Niebuhr, why would you say that you should never have frame generation when you're comparing GPU performance? I don't understand that. Like, people are going to be using this, so why wouldn't you have that setting enabled when you're testing it? And we are going to be doing some comparisons with and without frame generation. So Cyberpunk, I compare with frame gen on. God of War, we do not have frame gen. And then if we can do Red Dead Redemption, that doesn't have frame gen or DLSS. So I would just disagree with that premise. But you're free to disagree with me. That's totally fine. But I'm just curious what your logic behind it is. I'm just trying to test it as the user will use it. You know? Like, how the users use it is the most important thing to me. Is there liquid metal on the CPU or the GPU, Luca? I don't believe so. I believe it's regular CPU paste. thermal paste. So, don't ask again. No. All right, so we're loading into Dead Space. Let's see what we get. Can we adjust the camera focus a little? I think the camera's in focus. It's a big projector to focus on. That's the problem. And it's not the exact angle we really want. Okay, so we're going to go to our settings. We're going to verify our resolution here and our settings. So DLSS is on quality, graphics is on ultra. Let's just verify that everything's on ultra. And I'll check our resolution. So right now it's actually full HD plus. We want to jump up to QHD plus. I'm actually using this with my camera output, which is kind of hilarious. It's kind of a big delay, but all right. So we're on ultra settings. DLSS is on quality. Manny Gaming says, "Hi Brandon, I only just arrived. So you just noticed that the latest RTX drivers restrict power limit in Afterburner?" I never adjust the power limit in Afterburner anyway, Manny. I don't think I would worry about that. VSync is on? Okay, we probably have to turn off VSync. Yeah, we do. All right, and VSync. It's kind of hard to tell when these are checked or not checked because they look, I guess they go grayed out when they're not checked, so. If we resume, are we in the right spot already? It looks like we are in the right spot. So this is interesting. What's our temperatures and CPU, GPU performance like? I'm gonna go ahead and, I'm gonna start counting our FPS averages now, but we're gonna reset it when we do the benchmark. These are some impressive numbers so far. Our CPU is doing between 70, 77, 76 watts right now. Our GPU is bouncing around between 159, 130, 160. So GPU utilization is not at 100%, at least right now, which is interesting. I believe we were seeing 100% GPU utilization in the GT77. So that's pretty interesting. But we're also not turned around. We got to turn around. It's a little bit different when we look this way versus looking the other way. So once we get right in front of this doorway, we're going to turn around and face this way. Beautiful. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do our test. And just for reference for you guys, here is our number for Dead Space. We got 112 with the SCAR, 130 with the GT77. So right here, 112 with the SCAR, 130 for the GT77. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and reset it and we're walking. Our GPU utilization is not at 100% right now. That's the interesting part to me. We've got the i7 CPU in this laptop versus the i9 in the others. So this might be like a difference of the i9 just outperforming and allowing a lot higher FPS. It might also be that just this Omen is not pulling nearly as high a wattage on the CPU. That's also reducing our, causing more of a CPU bottleneck in this game. And that appears to be the case to me right now, is that our CPU is bottlenecking us a little bit more. So 108, and our 1% lows were also not quite as high, I think, doing 108 and 28 So comparing that again to our GT77, the Scar got 112 and the GT77 got 130 in this case. So that's a pretty substantial improvement for the Scar 18 and GT77, especially the GT77 doing better. But obviously this is extremely playable, and it'd be, I mean, you'd probably be able to tell a difference between 108 and 130 FPS if you're paying attention, but if you're not paying attention, then that's very good levels of performance, I think. Additionally, the MSI firmware update on the GT77 caused the CPU to no longer go higher than 125, like ever. Like it's never doing over 125. That'd be pretty crazy to me. If they never let it go over 125. Let's try CSGO and see what we get in CSGO. Yeah, Manny, I think they're going to probably change that. I don't think that's intentional. And Manny, you may be able to change that in the MSI BIOS. If you go in there and set the advanced mode, you can set the power limits inside that BIOS. So maybe you just got to change those BIOS settings back to 135 or the different power limits to different levels. Clark Kent says, will this give more FPS than the G18 Strix with the 4080? Yes, but it's not as cheap as the Strix G18 with the 4080. I do believe you're going to get more FPS with this, at least in non-CPU bound games. CPU bound games, I think the Strix may do actually a little better because it has the better processor and I think better CPU cooling. Okay, let's see what we get in CSGO. This is exciting. So we need to enable the developer console, and then we need to go turn on our net graph. Hopefully we'll be able to see that when we get into the game. Verify our video settings. Everything should be good to go out of the box. I will set it to full screen though. So QHD plus and everything's set to max settings. Workshop maps. Let's go. I kind of want to fix the tilt on my projector real quick. There we go. That looks better. Okay. Wow. That is a lot of FPS. Let's see what we get in the actual test, though. So for reference, I'm going to pop over to the GT77 again. The Scar 18 got 513 in this test. The GT77 got 548. So those are the numbers to beat. I'm hoping for at least 500 for our average. And so far, we're definitely hitting above 500, but that initial test is a bit like the easy part. So we'll see what we get as we go into this even further. Dane B says, it's crazy we're getting 3090 Ti desktop graphics card performance in laptops just a year later. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Shiki says, pretty mundane question, but is it per key RGB? Yes, it is. I showed you all the different settings you can set for the per key RGB earlier, and there's a lot of settings, and the backlight does look really good on this laptop. I think it looks a little better than the Strix G18 and Scar 18 backlight, at least. The performance is looking really good so far in this test, and I think we're going to be matching the Scar 18 at close to 500 FPS, maybe even getting close to the GT77. It shows you that you really don't have to have an i9 to do these kinds of games, especially CS:GO. I think it's more of single-threaded focus. Okay, 497 FPS. 497. I hope you guys can see that. 497.31. And that's excellent performance. Not quite. You know, it's not quite what we were getting with the Scar 18 or GT77, but at a massive discounted price, the Omen 17 is holding its own really well so far. Let's do God of War. Heck yes. Love this game. Shiki says, disappointed they haven't switched to 16 by 10. Yeah, but if they switched to 16 by 10, their pricing would have gone up a lot. So, I mean, that's kind of like my thought process behind this laptop. The number one reason I can recommend this laptop versus like the Scar 18 is that this laptop's so much cheaper. And if this laptop was priced like $500 more because they had to redesign the laptop and they had to buy a more expensive 16 by 10 display, like, I don't think the thermal cooling of this system is going to be able to compete with the Scar 18 at the same price point. You know, like I guess that's my thoughts at least, is that this laptop I think is priced really well, and they did a good job delivering a product I think that is going to be compelling for the money. Let's check our graphics. Everything is on Ultra. We should be good to do this test now. Is the laptop making that fan noise? Yes, right now the mic is very close to the laptop, only like a few inches away. All right, so here we are in God of War. Let's see what our comparable performance numbers are for God of War. Let's see here. Our comparable numbers for God of War, DLSS on quality, ultra settings, QHD+. We did 116 on the Scar, 124 on the GT77, and let's see if we can get, I'm hoping we can get at least 110, 115 at least. I would love to match the Scar 18, at least 115 would be great. Very close performance to the Scar. Oh wow, 118, 119 average so far. Our GPU is pulling a solid 174, 173, 172, 176. Very nice. Whoa, okay, so we got 120, 56. Look at that. So, God of War, we did 116 on the Scar, 124, so we're right in between the Scar and the GT77. Love it. I love it. The Omen is just providing so much bang for the buck right now. It's crazy. I'm really impressed so far right now with the Omen 17, at least from a performance perspective. Let's hop into Hogwarts. This one's going to be a challenge. Hogwarts is always a challenge. But at least we got 16 gigs of VRAM in this laptop. Only 16 gigs of DDR5 4800 though. So we still are going to probably run into RAM limitations. Those CPU temps are pretty high. Yeah, that's one of the trade-offs with the Omen 17. I think, you know, having the higher CPU temps is going to be like, I mean, the higher CPU temps is going to be probably the biggest drawback, I think, with this laptop. And the lower CPU power limits, it's like a trade-off. You're basically saying, I'm going to pay less. I'm going to get similar gaming performance mostly, but the CPU temps might be a bit higher, especially when compared to the GT77. The GT77 temps are insanely low. And then the Scar 18 obviously had pretty good dang temps all around, except for when it was pulling really high levels of wattages. I got to say the wrist rest on the laptop right now is barely warm, just a little warm. The WASD keys, not warm at all. I love it. This would be a very comfortable long-term gamer. Hands-on wrist rest, long-term gaming, very comfortable. So first time loading into Hogwarts, and we have not, I've not tested this or anything, so interesting to see. Are the video settings right? Yeah, the video settings should be right. Can it maintain performance without throttling much at those temps? That's a great question. And so far, it appears that at least in gaming, it can. We'll see how it does in Hogwarts. Hogwarts being one of the most demanding, bring a laptop to its knees games out there. I mean, in Dead Space, we were definitely running into a bit more CPU bottlenecking than we were on the Scar and GT77. But I'm not sure if Dead Space is very optimized for multi-cores, and maybe that could be related to that, or I don't know. It's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna lower the brightness a little bit on my camera to get the colors to look a little better. And I'm gonna turn the sound. Oh, well, the sound is right. The sound's gonna go through the Sonos, which is not good. I want the sound to go through. I'm gonna have the sound go through my laptop speakers instead. All right, so DLSS is on quality. Frame generation is enabled. I want ray tracing enabled. Ray tracing is off. So let's turn ray tracing on. So we've got to restart the game now, which is too bad. But everything should be set correctly now, so when we restart it, it should be good. Waiting for the load-in screen. There we go. I gotta say, this camera does not do this projector justice, because this projector looks really good. In my opinion, it's 100% DCI P3 color gamut projector. What's my room temperature? It's around 73 degrees. It's so loud, man. Well, I did turn up my mic sensitivity to be much louder today. So I'm hoping that doesn't affect things too much. We got to re-prepare all our shaders. It's going to take a minute. Notice our RAM utilization right now is at 14.7 gigs. I can't point to it. But yeah, it's quite... there we go. So I'm gonna set the speakers up to max. So right here you can see the RAM's now at 15 gigs right here. And just to verify all our settings, we're at QHD plus, quality, frame generation enabled. Everything's on ultra. Ray tracing is enabled. And we're on dedicated GPU only mode in the display options, by the way. And we wanted to check if there was, well, this, yeah, I guess we can't really check G-Sync without on the projector, but. Okay. We got to turn off V-Sync though. Oh, actually, we got to turn off the frame cap. Boom. Okay, so here we are in... Nice. So we're in the Forbidden Forest right now, running around. Can I fight these guys over here? I don't know. I think I already killed them all. But we're obviously not running into any massive stuttering. Our 1% lows are at 45 right now. 100 FPS average. Our performance is good. Our temperatures are pretty good. We are being CPU bound a little bit at only 85% GPU utilization, which is kind of too bad. Can I fight this Dug Bog? Is it over here? Looks like it's not over here. I gotta say the speakers from the laptop are pretty good. If I set the fans to a lower performance setting so they're not as loud, I'm pretty sure you'd be able to game pretty well on the laptop speakers. It wouldn't be amazing, but it'd be good in a pinch. So just running from area to area, we did not run into any problems. Our VRAM is not being limited. We're at 11 gigs of VRAM utilized right now, and that's good. So we're going to teleport over to Hogsmeade, the most demanding section of the game that I've found. Yeah, there's very little stuttering so far, but this is that's because we were in the forest. Forest is not going to be as bad, right? Hogsmeade is where it's like so many NPCs. We're going to get a lot more 1% lows as textures load in and out, potentially. Yeah, so our 1% low right now is only at 19. And I've run into stuttering on every single laptop I've tried, even the GT77 inside of Hogwarts. So let's just do a quick run up and we'll run back, and then we'll do, because this is not our official benchmark run. We're just trying to load all the textures in. All right, cool. Our temperatures are pretty dang good. Our CPU is not as heavily utilized. Our wattage is only 65 watts, and we're definitely being CPU bound right now. So I think this might show you that you either want to get the i9 or you want to get a laptop that has a higher power limit. I'd have to actually test the i9 in this CPU or in this chassis to know for sure. But I think we're going to be CPU bound in this scenario. Let's go ahead and try our run up, and here we go. Okay. And shabam. Okay, so we got 97.19. Our 1% lows were not that good. Let's check our benchmark comparison results. Hogwarts. Oh, we didn't do Hogwarts in the side-by-side. Or did we? I thought we did. I am a little bit confused. Let me just double check. Yeah, we have Hogwarts in here, but it's not in the end
like on the
benchmark
team
comparison.
in CSGO. So, 9 watts utilization. The GT77 is here. Notice it's 4 on the station, basically help for a game like Hogwarts. In that scenario, in most of the game, most areas of the game, you're not going to be a CPU bound, and in that scenario.
Okay, so the GT77 got 78, and the Scar 18 got 93, and we got 97 with the Omen 17. This could be a driver update to improve performance. Wow, the Omen 17. I mean, maybe a CPU with less cores just performs better in this scenario. I don't know. Omen 17 beat them both. Wow. Impressive. Okay, very impressive. All right, let's go to our next test. We'll do Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Well, we've got Red Dead Redemption. Let's see if we can do that one next. I should have tried running this beforehand. We've got to go through a setup process here. Hopefully it goes quickly. But I'd like to do Red Dead, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Witcher 3. Definitely want to try to do all those. And if we can, I'll even do Flight Simulator if we can. I like to do Flight Simulator when I can, because it is such a oddly demanding game, and it's been optimized so much better now than previous generations because of the frame gen. Frame gen makes Flight Simulator so much better FPS. But there are some like visual artifacting or bugs, but okay. 24 to 32 gigs are the must now. Yeah, 32 gigs is what I would recommend. But yeah, some games are going to be fine with 16. Like Hogwarts, it wants to eat up 24 gigs of RAM. But 16 gigs has not been stuttering for me, I don't think. So I don't think it's too much of a problem. We are going to do Apex. Don't worry, Black Dust. We'll do some Apex. But I also want to, for Apex Legends, I want to point at the default monitor so we can see the response rate of Apex Legends. Didn't Hogwarts do a big performance patch? Yeah, that can also affect performance, right? Because when Hogwarts does a performance patch, that can impact things as well. But the GT77 was tested about a week and a half ago, I think. So I think the performance patch was since then. Is it cheaper to buy additional RAM or just buy the laptop with 32 gigs of RAM? That's a good question. So looking at our configurator, it's $180 to get the 32 gig 5600 RAM right now, if you were to upgrade to that. And if we go over to Newegg, looks like 2 sticks is 141. So if you were to buy 16 gig sticks, and you buy these 32, it's cheaper to buy your own. It is cheaper to buy your own than to buy the upgraded version. But it's way more hassle, and then you would have 2 extra 16 gig sticks that you could sell to someone if you want. Come on, Rockstar, please. Please load for us. Rockstar with Red Dead has been failing to load in like multiple laptops now. I think it's because of their copyright DRM software they got. We'll try one more time to load it. But I think it's their DRM, and I think it's like the HP Omen probably has like a network boosters or something, some kind of port blocking BS going on. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do Red Dead. I think I might end up dropping Red Dead as a benchmarking focus for me, because it's too much of a pain in the butt to get it working, it seems like. Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Let's go. Oh, we do have Dying Light 2. We should definitely do Dying Light 2 then, if we're not going to do Red Dead. Okay, so we're going to do exclusive full screen. DLSS is on quality. We're going to do, okay, 60 hertz is fine. No VSync. Highest preset with ray tracing on Ultra. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Do you know the reasons why the MSI and the GE78, 77 series does not use G-Sync or adaptive frame synchronization? Roman, I think it's because MSI doesn't think it's going to benefit users and make that much of a difference. And I would tend to actually agree with them. I don't think it's that necessary. I do prefer it if it's there because sometimes it's helpful, but in the vast majority of games, it's not even noticeable or impactful, in my opinion. When you have really high frame rates, it's basically not useful. At low frame rates, sub 60 FPS, between like 40 and 60, 35, 30, like between 30 and 60, it's really noticeable. Above 60, I don't notice the G-Sync being effective or doing anything. That's my take on G-Sync. I think it is useful though to have in case you're like, especially helps you future-proof your laptop a little more. And I would have loved to see G-Sync on the GT77's 4K display, because at 4K resolution, you're going to be hitting that 40 to 68 frames per second a little more often, especially as the laptop ages. You'll notice it being more beneficial. Okay, so I just hit reset on the FPS counter.
Hey! Cuidado, niños!
Nanu says, bro, I wish I had seen this because I just bought a GT77 3070 Ti 4K 120 Hz for 2800. Yeah, this laptop would crush that laptop's performance, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yep. Daniel says, G-Sync on laptops is a big hassle. You need to pass NVIDIA verification. Display needs to pass certification, and then this needs to be burned into the VBIOS. The process takes a lot of time, and I believe NVIDIA also charges the customers or charges the manufacturer per laptop a bit to add G-Sync technology, or like per display. So it increases the overall cost of the laptop as well by a little bit. So, when you don't have G-Sync on the laptop, they're able to at least, in theory, reduce the price, I don't know, 25, 50 bucks or something. I believe that's the case. I don't know that for sure. That's my guess. So, wow, 255 FPS. Let's take a look at our temps and everything. Our CPU temps 90 degrees. I saw a spike to 95 or something like that. We're doing crazy high levels of wattage though, like 245 watts going through the system there, 250 watts. Wow. Really high levels of wattage. And our CPU is high though, but still the performance is fantastic. The performance is phenomenal. And it makes me very impressed, just in general right now with this laptop. I mean, I could live with those CPU temps if it meant that I could save like $1,000. I'd be okay. I'd be okay with that. And I think a lot of people will be okay with that. Now, the bigger question is, are you okay with the display resolution or the display quality trade-off being a lower quality display compared to something like on the Scar 18 or Blade 18? overall, this is shockingly great performance for the money. So checking our results versus the competition. Right. So we got 155 FPS, and the Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the Scar 18 got 151. So this got 4 more FPS than the Scar 18, but the GT77 got 169. And so we did not get close to the GT77 even, but we surpassed the Scar 18, which is wow. I'm super impressed. I'm impressed with the Omen. It's doing great so far in our benchmarks. Let's go on to our next test. Let's go to Dying Light 2. Let's go to Dying Light 2. Dying Light 2. There we go. What do you guys think so far of this Omen? If only the NVIDIA would give the 4090 a bit more juice for the bigger designs. I totally agree. Man, I really think they should be bringing back 200 watt GPUs for the 4090. It would have helped separate like the 4080 from the 4090 too if they had done that, like 200 watt 4090s for like the GT77 or like the Scar 18. They have such low temps, like why not? And we would have definitely seen a bigger performance gain if we could have gone to 200 watt, I'm pretty sure. On the 4090. Okay, so we're in the highest settings, high quality ray tracing, changing our resolution. We're in QHD plus. No VSync. Reflex is on, frame generation is on, DLSS is on quality. Let's run the benchmark. What do we get? Okay, so I gotta be sure to hit the the frame generation recorder. As soon as we load in here. Okay, so it is recording. So the number we're gonna be looking at for our benchmark is gonna be this 152, 151. We are hitting great GPU utilization right now. Our GPU utilization is like 99%. That's phenomenal.
I don't like the look of that.
Our temperatures are also really, really good. Turning down the speakers a little bit because they're a little loud. 169 watts on the GPU. And we have no overclock applied, by the way, right? No overclock being applied. The Scar 18 had that 5100 overclock. Dying Light 2. So the Scar 18 got 138, the GT77 got 128 in this test. So we're right in the ballpark of the Scar right now at 138. We're basically matching it almost exactly. This is heckin' impressive. I think we're gonna have the highest performance here in Dying Light 2. We'll have to see. I think we're almost at the end now. And our number is just going up. So it's important to recognize that this Omen 17 does have an advantage in that it has the latest drivers versus the Scar 18. Okay, so I believe we had like 146. Let me check the live stream replay. I need to check the live stream replay and see exactly what we got at the very end. Yeah, 146 is our number. So highest performance ever in Dying Light 2 so far from the Omen 17, the cheapest RTX 4090. Heckin' impressive result. Wow. Beautiful. Moving on to The Witcher 3. Can you do Microsoft Flight Simulator? We are going to try to do Microsoft Flight Simulator after The Witcher 3. Chat is saying HP dies soon. Freddie, I don't know about that. I would say that HP doesn't have as high a build quality in terms of premiumness. I would be a little bit concerned about the hinge potentially. I believe, let me check. Let me see here. So right here, you can see HP does offer extended warranties, all right? For $240, you can get a 2-year return warranty, and it's pick up and return. So they're gonna pick it up at your house. That's awesome. 3-year is $280. I would definitely go 3-year if you're gonna get this. And 3-year with accidental is $339. So, I mean, if you're concerned about the laptop falling apart soon after you bought it, I would get this. I'm not saying the warranty service is gonna be phenomenal, but in general, I do recommend warranties if you're concerned about the longevity of your product. The Witcher 3, I think, is bugged with this driver. It didn't work on the last laptop we tested either. But let's see if it works this time. Wait, didn't it work or did it work? I can't remember if it did or didn't work. But yeah. Okay, it's loading into the menu now, so this is good. This bodes well. Excellent. All right, video. Graphics. All right, ray tracing is on quality. DLSS is on quality. I just want to make sure we click ray tracing ultra. All right, so we're on ray tracing ultra. Change our resolution. Beautiful. And now we're gonna head back. Come on. Yes, okay. Very good, very good. So just to verify our settings took. Ray Tracing Ultra, DLSS on quality, display. Oop, we don't want to do that. Our resolution should be 16 by 10 QHD. Yes, it is. Okay, we're going to load game. Beautiful. Let's find out what our baseline is. Witcher 3. Did we do the Witcher 3 in this test? Does not look like we have the Witcher 3 to compare with. But I'm pretty sure I did it on the Scar 18 benchmark, but maybe not the maybe not the GT one or something. I don't know. For some reason, it's not in our benchmark comparisons. So Witcher 3 always has bad 1% lows at the start when you're loading into a new area. And this is going to be impossible for me to play with my delay looking at my display, external display. Beautiful. All right, so here we are. So QHD, DLSS on quality, frame generation enable, ray tracing on ultra. All right, so I'm gonna have to look at the screen here. Man, that is very smooth looking at the projector. $114 average so far. That's phenomenal. Our temps on the GPU are also great in this game. We're getting 71 on the GPU, 77 on the CPU, 81 on the CPU, and we're pulling 171 watts on the GPU. So over 170 watts on the GPU and 60 watts on the CPU. So great all-around performance in The Witcher 3. Let me try to find... a comparable
look at
number
our
for us.
wattage. I just paused right here. We got 100.
Scar 18 benchmarks.
And CPU.
Let's find. Let's go through the catalog of benchmarks we've done and see if we have The Witcher 3.
Oh, frame generation. Okay, I was diving or
So
climbing.
this is the Scar 18. Notice our wattage
swim.
on the GPU is lower than 170. It's not
Beautiful.
optimizing as well.
Sweet. So I'm going to try to compare this versus what we got in the Strix G18 here. I'm really curious what we got. Shabam. So 106.
So we got 106 on the Scar 18. In this laptop, we got 114. So again, beating the Scar 18. Less money, more performance. I'm impressed. I am impressed. Don't forget about Apex. No, we're not gonna forget about Apex. I just gotta test everything at this QHD resolution before we can do Apex, okay? Because all of my comparison benchmarks are gonna be a QHD plus resolution this year, because most laptops are at QHD plus. So I gotta do all of those at the right one. I gotta do it at the right resolution for everything to make sense, basically. Okay, Flight Simulator, and then Apex Legends, all right? So many benchmarks for you guys. And we'll find out if this display has any ghosting and has a good response rate for esports gaming. I think it'll be excellent for esports gaming, though, based on my initial impressions of using the display, just in general. Like using the mouse around the laptop has very quick response rate. Retest the Scar. I don't have the Scar 18 to retest, Britt. That's the problem. So, Gaming Performance says frame generation is a real game changer. I think it's the best thing that has happened in the last 10 years at gaming performance. I would say DLSS is the best thing, and frame generation is the second best thing. But they're both really impressive. How much does this HP cost again? So this configuration that I'm testing is $3,099, but it's $200 off. Like, I think the sale ends today. I think it ends today. So if you're going to buy the HP Omen 17, if you can, try to buy it today, because it's going to go up in $200 in price starting tomorrow. So to get the 4090 version of the Omen 17 is $29.49. There's a link in the description if you want to pick it up. And if you do use that link, it does help support me as a content creator. All right. So thank you very much if you do use that link. The screen looks so dull. So the thing you're looking at right now, Daniel, is my projector screen up behind me. You're not looking at the display. The display, though, is not as high quality as the Scar 18 or the GT77. For sure, it's not as high quality, but it's at a good enough level that you don't feel like you're missing out that much, I think. Like, if I was on a budget trying to save money, I would definitely buy the Omen 17 over the Scar 18. Yeah, I think if you're looking at like a 4090 on a budget, I would buy the Omen 17 with a QHD 240 hertz display. That would be my option of choice. Okay, this is gonna be hard. I gotta turn around. Okay. So we're doing no VSync. Turning on reflex. We're doing ultra. And we want to have frame gen enabled. Why is frame gen completely grayed out right now? We gotta do DLSS, I think. Yeah. But it's still frame, why is, okay, we're gonna have to Google why frame gen is disabled. Let's see here. Chat, if you know why frame gen is grayed out, let me know if you know why it's grayed out. Oh, you gotta turn DX. You gotta turn DX 11 to 12. Wait, that still didn't change anything. Okay, we gotta restart. So now that we switched to DX12, DirectX 12, now we can get frame gen, I think. So it's only available in DX12 mode. Yeah, you guys in chat are on top of it already. Did your Asus Duo 16 arrive yet? Not that I know of, but it's supposed to come today. We'll see if it actually does. Either way, I'm going to start prepping it once it comes in, and we'll do a live stream with it soon, so don't worry. Make sure Hegs is on. You'll have to explain what you mean. What do you mean by that? What is Hegs? Man, so I started installing Flight Simulator today at like 8:30 a.m. and it finished installing Flight Simulator at like 12:30 or something. It took like 4 hours to install. Frame generation on. DLSS on quality, everything's on ultra. We always set it to around 1 p.m. And we're not going to do live weather. Wait, yeah, we don't want live weather. This is cool. I love Flight Simulator. It's so cool. Let's see if that settings are good. Can you try more budget options like the Tough Dash F15? That is on the to-do list. I am going to do all of those budget options. That's partially why I'm doing my review unit resale program to any channel members. Britt Allen, I see that you're on here too. I want to remind you to fill out your application if you want to get on the wait list for buying a laptop. It's okay if you don't want to. But just so you know that you should get on there if you want to. You should fill out the application. I went over at the beginning of the live stream, but wow, we're doing 115 FPS right now. Holy bananas! F3 should. I believe it's F3. And then I gotta press the period. The P button. Okay, so now we're going. All right, so this is how I do my test. I let it fly in a straight line. Oh goodness. We're going off course a little bit. Oh crap. Can we take off still? Okay. All right, we still took off. That's good. So 93 FPS average. Okay. So we got 99 FPS. 99 FPS with a 66 1% lows. Obviously, this is going to play Flight Simulator really, really well. Really, really well. Man, I want to try VR Flight Simulator now because it was so hard to play VR Flight Simulator. I wonder if frame generation would work well for that. Okay, I'm going to mute it again. Wonderful. Wow. Flight Simulator is awesome on this laptop. Okay, so we're going to do Apex Legends now. And we're going to go back to the onboard display now. All right. Gotta get this thing refocused. There we go. Actually, I'm going to scoot this over just a little bit more so I have a little more mouse room. All right, beautiful. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, I would say this display does look really good. Like in terms of using it, it is a nice display to use. The colors are fairly poppy. The display is bright enough to enjoy the display at 374 nits. The color gamut's not quite what we get with the higher end laptops, but I think most gamers are going to be very happy with this, unless you're like a graphic designer or someone who's very like, oh, I want the most colorful display.
then everyone else pretty much is going to be very happy with this display, I think. All right. Yeah, it's on the community tab, Britt, if you want to fill that out. And we'll basically contact you if you decide you want it. Does it have a fast response rate? We're about to find that out, Freddie, Paul, Joel. Let's go ahead and open these packs. Let's go into firing range. Let's go. Oh, you know what? We did not remove our max FPS yet. I'm so silly. We gotta set it to the max 300. This display looks good unless you want HDR. Well, I would say the biggest thing about this display that's lacking is the color gamut. Because the contrast is really good. The brightness is good enough for indoor use, and pretty much even bright environments it's good. It's also not 16 by 10 if you want 16 by 10. But to me it's more about the color gamut not being as vibrant or as wide a color gamut as the other high-end displays. Because I think the brightness is good enough and the contrast ratio is good enough. The contrast ratio is actually better than the Scar had, so yeah. Okay, so right now we're on high settings. We'll turn off VSync. Let's go into firing range. I think that's the right. I gotta change some keybinds here. Do that, and then for crouch, we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna go ahead and do auto sprint enabled. Beautiful. Okay, so we are on we're on high settings right now, and it looks like this game would be able to do high settings in Apex. No problem. And yeah, it feels like it's not as good as a 240 hertz display, but it is obviously a very good esports gaming display. If you're an esports player, I would recommend the 240 hertz option though. I think this would be hard to tell if you're playing on high and low settings in this scenario. Just because you're only at 165 hertz refresh rate, so you could even play Apex on maximum settings with this laptop. And it wouldn't be that big a difference. Let's do ahead and change to low settings and do it again. I gotta say, our FPS is really good for max settings. All right, so here we go. We should be getting 300 FPS nonstop, and I can tell our 1% lows are a little higher now, and you know, like right now our 1% lows are above the refresh rate of the display, which I love to see that. I'm gonna concentrate and see how high I can get here. I'm definitely missing some of these. All right, so we got 99, I think. Very good overall performance. And obviously excellent frames per second. But Apex is not too hard to run on low. So it looks like Control is the map TDM for today. Let's hop into Control. You broke your Clevo? Your puppy broke your Clevo, Brit? That sucks. Try to compare the fan noise to the Scar 16 and GE78. I would say it's in the same ballpark, within like a very similar sound for fan noise. The bigger issue, I think, with the Omen 17 too is that the speakers are not as good as what you get on the more premium laptops. So you're giving a trade-off to lower level speakers, lower quality display, a little bit higher temperatures, and lower multi-core CPU performance because you're gonna be bottlenecked more. Clark Kent, when you get a newer driver, that blurs the test. Yeah, it does. I agree. The best thing I can do though is be transparent, right, about it. And then if I do have the opportunity, we could redo a couple of the tests on maybe the Strix G18, which I do have. I have the Strix G18, so I could retest some games with that. But obviously, games like Apex, you don't really have to worry about the driver being that much. What do I think about the thermal throttling for CPU and GPU? Tried to loop a benchmark on Cyberpunk for at least 10 minutes. The thermal throttling seems pretty good so far to me on this. And the wrist rest is also, the wrist rest has stayed to a moderately cool temperature without getting uncomfortably warm. It's just gotten kind of like warm-ish is what I would say. It's not cool to the touch. It's definitely warmer than like stock, but it's not like, oh my gosh, the wrist rest is so hot. Okay, I just reset the FPS counter. Let's see what we get. Uh-oh. I'm gonna try to help my teammates here. Ah, crap! I was about to kill the what's Newcastle, and then a new guy, a Watson, came in, and the guy threw a shield at me, and I wasn't able to kill him. I can spawn on point. Oh, that's nice. So yeah, I would definitely buy this laptop with a QHD display if it was me choosing. There's one. There's two. Let's go! Double kill. I hate the EVA 8. I never hit anything with it. You're keeping the puppy? What kind of puppy did you get, Britt? What kind of puppy did you get? Okay, so we have to go back. Ooh, got me. All right, I need to change my weapon. Let's try the R301. I keep getting into point blank ranges with the scout, which is never ideal. Let's change loadout. Let's go R301. That sounds good. It's a pit bull mix. Okay. Pit bulls can be really cute. I am always careful around pit bulls just because they have a tendency to be more aggressive. So be sure to train your pit bull really well, okay? Did the guy drop off? Come back! I'm gonna go over to B here. Let's throw a... Dang, we got like triple teamed, got ulted. Trying the Nemesis. It's a good weapon. I like it. We'll try the Nemesis this round. Man, we did 84 and we did like 160 to that one guy. All right, so here's the Nemesis. This is the new weapon in the game. Scooby is a love bug. Yeah, they are cute. All right, this will be the last life. And then we're going to run Timespy. And then we're going to do a summary, all right? We're going to do a summary of everything we discovered about this laptop. Dang. Okay. All right. There's our life. Apex is great. This display is a good esports display. Oh no, the camera's a little off. I had bumped the camera. Let me check if it's that bad or not. Okay, it looks like you can still mostly see what's going on, so that's good. Okay. I gotta be more careful though. Okay, so 3D Mark. Let's do our 3D Mark Timespy and get us our baseline FPS. All right. Or sorry, not our baseline FPS, but our baseline benchmark for comparing. And then we'll do a quick. Yeah, we'll just do. I kind of want to do an overclock too, but I'm not sure if I'll have time for that. Chad, do you have any questions? What's the best portable RTX 40 series laptop? What's your price range? Because on the cheaper end, I'm really liking that Zephyrus G16 I reviewed. On the more expensive end, I would probably go something more like the Blade 16. Something ultra portable would probably be the Zephyrus G14 would be my number one ultra portable. And maybe the MSI Stealth 14 being my second best ultra portable. All right. Compare the displays between the GT77 and the MacBook Pro M2. Yeah, the GT77 is going to be way better for gaming, but the Apple MacBook Pro is still going to go brighter. I believe it goes to like 1500 nits or something. And the Apple M.2, it's a sucky gaming display because it's like a 40 millisecond response rate, which is awful. It's just so bad. You don't want to game on that kind of response rate display. So overall, I mean, I would say if you're going to do gaming, just avoid the MacBook in general. Unless you're going to use maybe an external display and you're going to play less demanding games that are available on Mac. But in terms of color gamut and quality, the displays are going to be very similar-ish in terms of color gamut, and contrast ratio is also excellent on the GT77. Okay, Timespy, here we go. This is looking really juicy so far. 176, 174.7. We're nailing our wattages. Our temperatures are also looking awesome at 63 degrees Celsius on the GPU, 67 on the CPU. You know, for only having a 3 heat pipe system, this is doing a remarkably good job at keeping everything at reasonable temps, at least in this short Timespy run. But in the majority of the games, we were also seeing pretty good temps on the GPU and pretty good CPU temps under 90 most of the time. A handful of the games we saw above 90, at least bursts above 90, but most of the time it was almost always sustained below 90, which I like to see that because they're not going to run into thermal throttling that way. Reaction times for both devices are bad. Yeah, the GT77 does not have an ideal response time, but it's good enough to where you can do esports games. Like, I'm pretty sure the MacBook Pro response time is like more than twice as bad as of response rate. But the response rate on the GT77 is also not great. It's not the ideal esports gaming display. But for casual gaming, I think both of them could be all right. But the GT77 is still better. Like, I wonder if you're going to run into ghosting issues on the MacBook. I think it's only 120 hertz, right, on the display. But at least if the notebook check reviews response times are correct. Wow. This is really great performance. For the money. I mean, under $3,000, like say your target is $3,000 for your budget. I don't see you buying a laptop with more performance than this. Under $3,000. Unless you can eventually buy like a used 4090 from someone else. That'd be the only other option. Maybe some other laptops like Alienware or Lenovo eventually go on sale. Like some kind of coupon sale that bring them down below 3,000. But as far as like stock retail pricing goes, at $29.49, this is going to be your best bet. Like you can get this level of performance for $27.49. That is this CPU and GPU combo. But then if you want better display, SSD size, all of that, that's where it's going to be more. So what do we get? I'm predicting 21.2, 21.9, almost 22K, almost 22K stock. No overclock. I'm just going to do, we're just going to do a quick and dirty 200, 500 millihertz overclock. 200 on the core, 500 on the memory. Let's see if it's stable. And let's run it again. Impressive. Impressive. JCC says that's amazing. Yeah, it is very impressive. So be sure to stick around for this end cap. We're going to be doing a recap of all the pros and cons of the laptop. Basically, my review of the laptop, pretty much. How is it possible that this gives the same performance as the Scar, but it's colder and more importantly cheaper? Well, I think the only part of this laptop that is colder, I mean, I wouldn't say any of this is necessarily colder. After the Scar heats up and this one heats up, I would say they're going to be, the Scar, I would actually say it would have a little bit lower temperatures, especially on the CPU, after they both heat up and they heat soak. Big Jezzy says, I'm sitting on the cart on the HP for the i9 4090 QHD 240 Hz. Well, I'm definitely going to recommend this thing. And if you are going to buy it, I do think you want to buy it today because of the sale ending. I think it's ending today, maybe ending tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly the time frame. But yeah. And if you are worried about longevity or like something breaking on it, I would recommend getting that extended warranty as well. I think it was, what was it? $280 for 3 years or $340 for 3 years with accidental. The likelihood of you using the accidental warranty, I think, is actually pretty high if you're going to be moving this thing around a lot. Our clock speed is also better. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but we were doing like between 2000 and 2100 mostly. Sometimes dipping below 2000, I believe, in the first run. And now we're doing 2200 at the high end, down to like 2050. So our range of boost clock went up, which means I'm anticipating an over 22,000 GPU score. How is the build quality? I'm a bit late to the live stream. Vapor chamber or just heat pipes? I believe it's just heat pipes with normal thermal paste. No vapor chamber. And the build quality feels good for plastic, but it is plastic. And if you are concerned about the hinges potentially breaking, I do recommend the extended warranty. I think that in terms of build quality, that's my biggest concern is the hinge. But it's one of those things where they might be just totally fine for a long time. But the hinge is also a little bit loose, like the screen's a little wobbly. So if you're going to try to use this in the airplane or in a car all the time, the hinge is going to go like this all the time. You know, it's going to bobble back and forth. And if you're a hard typer, it also might cause a little bit of wobble. Wow, 116 watts on the CPU there in the burst, which is good for a burst. So 22,671 for our quick and dirty overclock. 13,526 for an i7 13700HX processor. Very, very good. Wow. Okay. Whew, with that, let's go ahead and do the summary and wrap this thing up. Okay, so let's do this. All right. So we're going to start out, take a look at this. 22,671 for our Timespy GPU score, 13,526 for the CPU score, combined 20,583. That is our overclock result, and it is crazy impressive, I think, for a $2749 laptop.
2007. This is a new level of performance at this crazy low price. I am absolutely loving this laptop from a bang for the buck perspective. It is phenomenal. I do feel like this is a little bit heavier than some of the competition out there. The laptop as a whole is fairly portable still. It's not the thinnest laptop, but it's not that thick either. Like, it's kind of tapers at the edges, so it looks a bit thinner than it actually is. The build quality is very rigid. I did a flex test earlier in this live stream, but it is not very flexy. It feels very sturdy, I think. And the keyboard is an opto-mechanical keyboard, so it has a click. It has a click to it, just like the Scar 15, Scar 17 from a couple of years ago. I love that keyboard. This keyboard is basically the exact same feel as that keyboard, and it is phenomenal. It does not have a number pad, but the keyboard spacing is great. Like, there's lots of spacing between everything, and you do have programmable buttons on this side, which makes it so that you can have additional functionality there, or use those as keys to do skills in video games, or to launch applications. There's a macro section inside the application, HP Omen software. Now, the Omen software is good. You can even undervolt with it, and we did undervolt this laptop in the Omen software, and it was very easy to do. I could not undervolt in Intel XTU. I could not undervolt in the BIOS, and I could not undervolt with ThrottleStop. So unless you're able to somehow break the BIOS to be able to access undervolting, you're not going to be able to fully undervolt the cache and the ring and the E-cores and all that stuff. The backlight on the keyboard also looks great. The touchpad is excellent. It's a glass touchpad, smooth, nice click to it. I like it. The display quality, 374 nits, I believe, brightness, 89% sRGB, almost 100% sRGB if you factor in the fact that my Spyder 5 Elite underestimates the color gamut by about 8 or 9%. So like probably around 97% sRGB coverage on this display. This is the QHD 165 Hertz display, but I would personally buy the QHD 240 Hertz display if you can spend the extra $40 on it. I think that is going to be well worth it, and basically improve your esports and smooth fluidity gameplay, because a lot of games are going to be able to hit 240 frames per second, especially if you're using FrameGen and DLSS 3. Now, we did see phenomenal performance, outperforming even the Scar 18 in a number of titles. It did fall behind the Scar 18 and GT77 in some other titles, though. It did not just straight beat everything. Certain titles have performed better than others. The RAM in this was doing good. I've got DDR5 4800 in this, but the new, if you were to use the link in the description down below to buy the Omen 17, which does help support me as a content creator, that one is DDR5 5600, so it's even faster than what we had in today's unit. So you'd actually get a little bit better performance than what we saw in today's games. Now, the GPU temperatures were very good overall. The CPU temperatures were not as good in some titles, but and the CPU power draw was not as good in some titles as well, because basically what we were seeing is what's in like a game like Dead Space 2, we were seeing increased CPU bottlenecking compared to the Scar 18 and GT77, which reduced our performance in that game. But I don't think you're going to see that in most games. Most games are not very optimized for multi-threaded like Dead Space is, I believe. So from a user input, port selection, the ports on this are excellent. We've got a full-size SD card reader, 3 USB-As, a LAN port. The power brick is not the biggest we've seen this year. It's fairly portable. You can see it right here. It is like a box though, so it's a little different, but it'll fit in your bag about the same as like the GT77. A little smaller than the GT77. The thermal cooling solution did surprisingly well, considering it only has 3 heat pipes on here, and the fan noise was about the same as max fans on the Scar 18. Not quite as loud as the GT77, but it is a fairly loud, whistly type of a fan noise. We did not try using the laptop in not max fan mode, but I'm pretty sure you could get some much quieter gameplay with like balanced mode, or just setting the fans to auto, or setting your own manual fan curve. I showed you how to do that in the software overview section. So you should be able to tune this to get the fan curve that you want and still have excellent performance. I mean,
I'm impressed with this Omen 17. I'm definitely going to highly recommend this thing, especially given the price point and the fact that it comes with Advanced Optimus at this price point as well. Does this come with G-Sync? I keep getting that question, and I never found out. Let's find out right now. I'm gonna load it up real quick and find out in the NVIDIA control panel. I really do like this display though. Like, it has a great contrast ratio. It's bright enough. It's vibrant enough for most people to be, I think, very satisfied. This has a G-Sync display. G-Sync is available, and it is enabled currently on the display. So, so HP didn't skimp on the extra premium features at this price point either. I'm super impressed. Yeah. Is the laptop flexy from the bottom? Good question. Not really. Maybe a little bit on the vent grills a little bit, but I mean, you're going to be resting your leg, you know, like this, and that's not a problem at all. You have the best content and reviews. No one else has it. Thank you very much for your work. No one else has done so many reviews in such a short time. Yes, in principle, but no one has so many. The CPU temperature was very bad, 95 degrees Celsius. It didn't hit 95 degrees Celsius very often. And in Cinebench R23, I have the i7 processor. Our performance was not as good as the i9. And for CPU multi-core tasking, it's not going to be as good as the SCAR 18, the GT77 for sure. I don't think with the i9, you're going to be able to get over 30K unless you're able to increase the power limits higher. So just know that if you're hitting that 100 watt power limit break, I haven't tested it obviously, but I'm guessing you're going to get like 24, 25K in Cinebench R23 multi-score. So that is a downside to this laptop, but I think that's a worthy trade-off for most people to save like $1,000 to $2,000 because it's competing against all these other laptops that cost way more, and it's still delivering phenomenal performance for the money. Yeah. Let's see here. Maybe due to the lower tier CPU, draws less power on the watch and able to allocate more to the GPU. Maybe this is why it outperforms the SCAR 18 in some games. Well, it has lower amounts of cores, so maybe having less cores is helpful. And if you were to disable the extra E cores, you might be able to see increased performance on the P cores. I believe Asus has enabled this in the Armory Crate application now. So yeah, we'll see. If you had not undervolted the CPU, would it have regularly hit 90 plus degrees Celsius? That's a great question, Earthcry. We don't know exactly how high the temperatures would be, but the temperatures probably would be a little bit higher. But in theory, I do, in every review I make, I try to show you how to undervolt it, and I try to apply the best undervolt that most laptops are going to be able to hit. So I'm trying to be realistic with the numbers you're going to get and the performance you're going to get. So will you test the Lenovo Pro 7i? Yes, I have ordered one. I'm waiting for it to come in. It's back ordered. So Slick Rounder asked, do we know if the HP will have Dragon Range Zen 4 this year or only Intel? I don't know. I used to have a contact at HP, but he no longer works for them, and I never got transitioned to anyone else. So HP, if you watch this, email me, please. Let's get back in contact. So what is the max RAM capacity, 32 gigs or 64? I don't know, Absolute. I'm not sure. I don't see any reason why you couldn't get 64, but HP, I believe, only offers, let's check, I believe they only offer 32 on their website. Yeah, they only offer 32 on their website, so I don't know. Overall, the way I would configure this, let me just go over this. So there's a link in the description to this exact setup. But if I was buying this laptop, I would buy the i9 version, but you could go with the 4080. It's going to be probably 10, 12% slower, but it's a $550 increase to get the 4090 version. And I feel like that's worth it, but it's up to you if it's worth it for you. It's going to not probably be the best bang for the buck, especially considering the lower base price here. So the 4080 is probably the better bang for the buck in theory, but I would buy the 32 gigs of RAM, and I would upgrade to the 240 hertz, and I would just leave it 512 gig SSD, and then I would buy my own SSD later on. And you could also upgrade the RAM later on yourself manually for a little bit less money if you want to save a little bit of money. We did check it. It was $150 to buy the RAM yourself instead of $180. So there's that. And then if I was buying this and planning to keep it, I would also add the 3-year accidental protection on it. And then that's going to be a tricked out, super nice laptop, I think, for $3,509 with the warranty that's 3 years, accidental coverage. Yeah, pretty freaking awesome in my book. That's my review of the HP Omen 17. I guess another trade-off, I want to add this. The speakers on this are not as good as the Scar 18, the GT77, the Blade 16, the Blade 18. These are not as good. I'd give them about an 8. So they're just kind of maybe a little above average compared to most gaming laptops. But if you set the fans to quiet mode, they're still loud enough to where you could play games on them. No spatial audio left and right, or not much spatial audio left, right. And if you have the fans on max, it kind of drowns out the audio of the speakers. But the speakers are loud enough. They can fill a small room with some audio, but they're not super high quality. They're a bit tinny. There's not that much bass. So just your basic laptop speakers, I think. So yeah. And that's a trade-off. So Slick Rounder says, $5. Thanks Gizmo. Also, always great content. Appreciate all the undervolting and tuning and testing. Killing it, bro. Dude, thanks for the $5 super chat, Slick Rounder. I really appreciate it, man. And if you're going to donate money, I would recommend potentially becoming a Gizmo Slip Tech member, which is available with the join button. It's going to add you to my laptop review list. Waiting list if you wanted to buy a laptop from me directly. See if here it is. I went over this at the beginning of the live stream, but it's a program where you can, once you become a member, you get access to this link on the community tab. You can fill this out, and then I can autograph the laptop or not autograph the laptop at all, but I'll basically be selling the laptops at cost plus $50 for me to handle all the shipping and, to handle all of the process of handling this list. So basically it's $50 to get a laptop that's been fully tested and then sent your way. And it's whatever I've paid for it. So especially if you're an international person, you can save a lot of money compared to buying within your own market, because I can ship this internationally to people. So however much it costs for me to ship it to you, plus $50 plus whatever I paid for it, that's how much it costs. And all the details are on here. If you become a member, you can check it out, or you can read this, read through all these terms right here. I went over it in detail earlier in the live stream, though, if you want to check that out. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you found this review helpful. I'm going to go ahead and end it here. I'm really impressed with the Omen. I got to give it like a 9 out of 10 overall from a laptop perspective. It's got good inputs. It's got good mouse pad, good trackpad, good feel to the keyboard. The per key RGB is nice. The display is nice. The performance was very good. The temperatures in the multi-core CPU is probably the weakest area, and then the display not being as good as the competition is another weak area. Some high CPU temps, but overall the temps in gaming was very good. I like the software. The speakers are for the money. I wish the speakers were better. But as an overall package, for the money, it's excellent. That's the main thing. I think for the money, it's excellent. So, and if you're concerned about the build quality, get that extended warranty. That's what I would advise. That's what I would do if I was buying this. I would get the extended warranty. So, see ya. Bye-bye, everyone.